The skeleton ran out of shampoo in the shower. Oh, it's doing something. It's a crazy delay. How loud is the volume? This is all the way up. Max everything. This thing smells so good. Yeah, change it. No. So what's this default thing? Go back. I think that needs a nap. Hello? Hello, 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 hello. Testing, testing, testing.
All right, let's see if this works. There's a delay in it, so. Would have been cool. Would have been cool.
This isn't Anthony. Hello?
That hasn't happened.
Hello, 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 hello.
You have to be really close for this.
Yeah, that's it.
That has a built-in amp. That's why it is that thing. But it's directional, you know. All right, let's see if this works.
I hear you.
Much better. So we'll just use this.
There's delay. Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, hello.
That's
That's cool. Would have been cool.
This isn't Anthony. Hello?
That hasn't happened.
Hello, 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 hello.
Yeah, be really close for this.
Yeah. That was a little. What?
That has a built-in amp. That's why it
Holy
is.
fuck.
But it's directional. You know? All right.
Yeah,
see
but
if
it's
this
gonna be
works.
There's gonna be
Much better.
something. It's not just
Yeah.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hello.
Go back on it, go back on it, go back on it. Go back on it.
That's cool. Would be cool.
This isn't Anthony. Hello?
That is really close for this.
Yeah. That was a little. What?
That is built in. That's why
You were just hearing this on that.
It's gonna come back. There it goes. so it'd be like this. Did you see the sign? The what? Sign? So different. You know that they're here. What? That's why.
Engineering. Oh. Yeah, it was rough.
Why isn't it?
That's a delay. So I'll just you can close it now. You know, you can add a different view. You can add another camera, I think. I don't know how that works. I was reading up on it, but if I put another camera over there, people can switch between it.
That'd be awesome. That's like
That's for next semester.
that's the DVD special.
All right, I'm going
You want to do like a documentary on it?
on the UP.
Yeah, we got the 60 and the 60D and the 70. We'll do. I don't know. It's just documentary or selection. What? This is a nice lens. I like how compact it is.
Which one's the 724 to 70?
Yeah.
It's huge.
I like it's like short. It's like a big chode. Oh, do you know what time the pizza comes? There's pizza? No.
You're so mean.
I did kind of a PC on that sports story. They had a person's name.
That's bad.
They also have the comments wrong.
Are you up early? Oh, it's only now. Boy, you should run it all the time. It's actually really terrifying. You should probably make it not live right now.
I don't want to set it up yet.
Can we mute it? Can we turn the mic off?
No, I don't want to.
Can we turn the mic off? We should probably do that. I mean, just think about the things that are said.
This is going on.
Can you rewind? That was wonderful.
Well, once it's
Oh, then you got it. Oh my god, you can hear me all the way.
Very sensitive. Hi, Mo.
Is it really shitty? Is it bad? Cut it.
I mean, it's just stupid that we're using it. I didn't know you could get your money back. Someone told me.
Wes, what's up?
What's up, man? What are you doing? Shut up. Shut up. Wait, what? Oh, come on. We're not laughing again, are we?
Yeah, we are.
There's too many people who want it.
Here, there's a delay. We got it. The sound is much better when we're low.
Oh, we have proof. Nothing happened?
I just got here. I just went to
I
Wait,
did.
no, that's not PC one.
That's only cool.
I did.
Well,
Here we go,
I'm
here we go, here we
not
go.
gonna change it, so I just felt so. I say this one's good so much.
Oh my gosh. Oh, come on. Okay, so what have you not said? Show me the
Since
cool.
today, I literally just got here.
Okay.
I did storming court.
You did?
Yeah, there's errors with names and contents titles.
Okay, but did you put really? Wait, did you put changes in?
No, I didn't change anything.
Where's the PC at?
Somewhere in that file.
Right there.
Okay, so
I
this is Murphy did PC two.
Oh, I just got some.
Not a miracle or great.
Okay, so Murphy did these, but they're not. And then Carrie, you did these, but they're not.
Yeah, yeah.
These you have, yes, but these you can have. I don't. Can you put these up?
No, I did it like a really long time ago. I just keep adding to it.
Photoshop can actually change it. Get a little. Just
But it's
Are you trying to change
nothing. Well, no. I didn't know it was vascular.
No, it is. It's when you turn like a vector into a not vector. Emily, I don't like this.
Okay.
Yeah.
It didn't.
Spacing and
Fuck
size
off, I
issues
didn't.
all over.
So fix it for me. Okay. No one played.
There's a lot of them.
I did it in paint.
You didn't paint.
That's impressive.
Oh, you can see where there's like white spots.
Shut up! Damn it, really?
Yeah.
Fuck.
Why don't you get a designer to do
Should
it?
I just print
I
it
asked,
in
I told her that.
Should I print it in black and white? Would that help?
How did you just do all this?
I really did it. So
Yeah, it's been really good.
That's it is. You're insane. Yeah.
You
Very
make
master.
those changes. They're wrong.
It's in a bunch. Should I print it in black and white? It's not.
Where'd Mo go?
It's not.
Just get one of
Yeah,
those.
this around. I think Ryan has one. She has one. As always, more important than the number is what the comments say. I have to say, for a semester that probably won't go down as one of the best in UP history, staff votes, especially among the new people, are actually pretty incisive and insightful, which is a good sign. Usually new people write shitty staff votes. They write some of the best staff votes.
Can we still send in staff votes?
Yep. Now you can still send them in and Neil will bring them to the real committee, the real boring committee.
AKA the girl whose name sounds like hot.
Yeah.
What? Who's that?
Yeah, I know, no, I'm saying, like, it
The-
still has like the
so the
words,
candidate?
it sounds like it's.
There's apparently there's an outside candidate who doesn't
Is she
respond to
here?
emails. No,
Oh.
I don't think.
Neil spoke to her.
She say she's definitely doing it or not?
No, she was wavering, which is no.
Why?
Wait, what?
It's very immature.
She's not coming?
No, she's not gonna come to this. She might come to the real one. She might not.
Yeah.
A lot of times people apply for this stuff, they think that working here is a lot like, oh, homecoming committee.
Yeah.
It's a little more complicated.
What is that?
Does it bother you that Weston wears a suit like Red?
Wait, is this off? The audio off?
No.
I don't think Mike on.
I almost reacted. Wait, you can pick me up?
Yeah.
Now?
Certainly.
No, nice for us too.
What, you're a journalist who's afraid to go on the record?
Yeah.
It's like a doctor who smokes.
I didn't think to wear a suit.
Why would you wear a suit? You're not running anymore.
As soon as I got off stage.
Yeah, but you can wear like flip-flops and a Bahama shorts and an I'm a stupid shirt because you get
I
the,
know.
you're the outgoing editor. You can do whatever you want.
That's true.
Last night, I didn't see you.
What was it, 2 nights ago?
Where's the Saturday? Oh, that was 2 nights ago. That was after.
So you guys aren't having an editors meeting or you already did?
No.
I pushed it.
Andrew,
Finishing the quiz.
I'm sorry.
What's the wow for?
Oh, it was just like really, really nice and just laid out. Anonymous girl.
We had more than
Wait, what, last year?
How many samples do we have? 10?
Yeah, it was actually pretty dismal last year. It was a
No problem.
depressingly small amount, so the new people actually did well,
Wait, how many do we have?
What, 11?
11. But at least a lot of those are newer people. Yeah, we used to get like 20, 30. I don't know how
Really?
Yeah. Everyone used to fill them up.
Hey! My friend.
We already stuck with the winner.
Yeah.
Sorry, man.
Yeah, sorry, you're the editor.
Let's talk about that.
Any questions about the stuff, folks?
I'd like to see a copy when someone finishes.
It's 10 of.
He's coming in a few minutes. Just wait, it's only fine.
So,
Where are you? Former EIC of UP?
One
Sorry, I
term.
don't remember your
One
term.
turn.
I remember when they wanted to move this, remember they wanted to move the selection out of here because there were too many people in here?
yeah, there was a time it was really,
What?
there were more desks.
You're like this fax machine.
There's also more.
Where did you guys
One it
start?
out.
What?
Where did the couches
Sure,
come from?
bud.
Well, they've actually been, they were in the office. Just brought them all out here. The office is now empty.
We should get rid of that couch.
One term what?
Nobody ever walked in the room.
Walked over the room.
Sometimes there's smaller meetings in there. Supposed to be my office, and I didn't want it, and Jennifer didn't want it, so it was never really an office. Terry Minna was going to move in there at one point.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah. He was contemplating having his office in there,
Wow.
but then he decided against it because you could hear the women's toilets flushing in there.
It's frigid in the women's bathroom, by the way. Like, I know there's some sort of preservation thing going on in there, but it's always cold.
You should know.
Hey, Karatsky,
I went-
are those tablets there?
These are my own personal notes.
These are just stuff.
Do you want? Can you read them and get back to? These are
Thank you.
the only people that have the names are the people on this selection.
I wasn't planning.
So Wes knows how you all voted, but he has sworn to secrecy.
I know how Mo voted.
I am in love with this correction. Isaac Newton, a study on stingrays versus Kyle Newton.
It's pretty funny.
I hope that was April Fool's. No, it wasn't.
No.
Oh,
Long story.
not that long.
Oh my God.
No.
Hey,
Well, I was saying,
come nobody beats anybody, man.
Because everybody knows everybody for the most part. Like if it was a new person, yeah, that'd be understandable.
When I first got here, Masana would always, no, Masana, he would
Yeah.
always greet me. Not even Zach, I was under Zach, Zach would just,
Let's see.
Yes, son.
Does that think that's green or something, or is that just
Those are just what people think.
what are you kicking up?
They listed them as pros and cons. They can list them as
Yeah, you
comments.
say it, I
They
gotta
can do whatever they want.
All
You
right,
can do them. If you want to
man.
add something at the end of this, so it'd be a real boring search committee. You can
it's
say
sticking
that.
together.
I was pointing out one.
Just touching base.
Oh, no, no.
Touchy base. Touchy base. Wes, why did you say that? Whoa. Oh.
Out of context.
That's really not nice.
Hey, man,
Howdy.
It went down? Yeah, it went down.
greetings.
As soon as
Greetings.
Join the press, is that possible? Do you sign up?
you have a good day.
Good.
Why do you want to work here?
Why do I would like to be a journalist.
What
Why
is
do you
your
wanna
vision
be-
for the
All right, sit
university?
down here. They're gonna attack me.
It's not that scary.
It's very scary.
This is how every meeting is.
Hey, Salvador's here.
Did y'all just run
Hey,
out?
how's it going?
Going
Long
good.
time.
How are you?
Good. Excellent.
Are there more copies?
There's 4 floating around.
Oh, is that seat empty or is it one?
Oh, I was thinking that's.
Take it. Yeah, take that seat. Take it. Take it. It's all yours.
That's my bad. That's like the colors. Did we take the mic? It's on. What is? Check, check. Most smells check. 1, 2. Most smells check. Wait, where is the mic? Where are my notes on here? It's on the computer. Oh, just the computer mic. It's not the.
Yeah, because
That's
that's
super nice. Even you're back here. Both sucks. Check.
Next.
That is, I like that.
And then to go first. that's-
Man of action, Mo. I appreciate that.
You should be the man of action.
I'll do that.
That is
That would be.
Yeah. And it's in Jersey too. They test the GoPros in the practice ring. It's fun.
Gideon Grudo is watching from Washington,
Somewhere
D.C.
around here.
Why is no one there? The room is so empty.
It is.
Yes, it is, and I don't know why.
You don't have to. It's not like a drive-in.
You like fries?
Wait, doesn't it not work? Does it press it like Chick-fil-A?
It was showing on that screen. It just
It was showing.
No,
we're here.
Alright.
Someone have a staff votes thing that they're not reading.
Ben
I
will
do.
else it.
Hey, Neil.
Neil, we're good. After mock, we'll do our thing. After mock, we'll do our thing.
The mouse.
Was you watching?
Yeah.
Want to clarify?
I guess we don't have to have it up on here. Hey, we can. That way they can see themselves.
That's all you guys want. Hey, nice going.
Oh, thanks. Mostly down. Oh,
How are
it is.
things?
Yeah.
How are you?
Oh.
Yeah,
Yeah,
right.
bring your own
So I'm gonna have the vanilla list.
Jason Carson. Jason.
Perfect.
I'm Patrick. Hi, Patrick. How you doing? Good. How are you? Good to finally get to see you. Yeah, about the draft. I can have. I'm thinking Tuesday. I'm trying to get in touch with Representative Baleka and not his assistant. Okay. And it's talking with Tallahassee. It's very, very obnoxious to say the least. So, but I already have a lot written up that I can show you. I sent it to Jillian too, so I can send that to you too.
Okay.
It's crazy, isn't it?
Are you still?
I'm an education reporter. I'm one of two. There's two of us.
But they hired another.
Well,
We brought,
question. Hey, Rev,
Yes.
we used to
Where's,
have two,
woman
and
at?
then when one quit, I was supposed to tell her, but I was too busy going
Oh,
to
she's
somewhere else, so we went to one. Then he quit.
I mean, why?
oh, no.
I can't read, I may read.
No.
No, look
But
at it.
they, I guess all their data now. so
Wait, what
they
happened?
care about education.
I'll make it bigger. I don't think it's
So
720.
we moved
Which is
a
spinning
reporter over from
the
the
status.
case.
I can't really read it.
So what are you? What's your?
We're on the webcam.
We can read it.
Well, it's supposed to
Yeah.
be. It's supposed to be.
We need 4K webcam.
Come on.
I think
I think their house.
Right. I guess it is, yeah.
Budget.
previously, and he's also worked for the Palm Beach Post. So, and I hate his guts. All right.
Because he called you old.
Yeah, he's probably worse than that. Greg, you won the staff vote 5 to 3 to 3. Do you want to go first, second, or third? That's leadership.
I mean, you pass them. See if they have a preference.
And that's the leadership you're going to bring to this newspaper.
It's a different team right now.
The difference is a leadership you're going to bring to this newspaper.
Just pick a number.
I'll go third.
You go third? Okay. So this is one of the dollar coins I give out around here. You guys tie it to the staff vote, call it in the air.
First. Sorry, I had it.
As it is, you go first.
Thank you.
So if you guys will go hang out in student government, they love us over there. We'll come fetch you when we're done. Please sit in the uncomfortable chair, Emily Block.
Thank you. I brought copies of my resume.
It smells so good. Do you want to know?
Okay. All right, just before we get started, I just want to know who's responsible.
All right. All right.
No one wants to take credit for this?
I'll take credit.
Wow.
We know how to do it. I think we're all doing so right.
This is so that if the volume goes out, you can still see what's going on.
Yeah. All right. So we just jump right in. So, Sonia, you want to start? And by the way, we can ask questions of the candidates that are different. We don't have to ask the same questions. We don't have to be nice. I can interrupt if I think the answers are boring and move things along. And anybody else can interrupt anybody else and jump in.
Right.
Would you like to start?
Yeah, sure. Okay. So what is different this time about running, Emily?
After this past semester, I've had experience in more of a leadership position. I was the managing editor under Wes's term this past semester, and I just feel like I have a better understanding of the administrative side of things, the business side, the advertising side, more of the behind-the-scenes stuff that a general writer might not see.
Now, criticism last time you ran was you
Yes.
weren't present.
Mhm.
And it seems from the staff votes that it's still a criticism. They called you the ghost.
At the beginning of the semester, I wasn't as present as I should have been. We had a meeting where I addressed the concerns, and I apologized, and I told them, you're right, and I'm going to be here more often. I feel like I've been more present and addressed that, and in the future, I plan on allocating even more time to be here. I'm leaving some of my jobs and putting more into the UP.
How much more? How often are you here?
Well, I'm usually here. I have classes twice a week, and then Fridays I'm here all day for our meetings. Wednesdays I'm usually at my internship, but I would be foregoing that to be here on Wednesday just for UP, not for class or anything.
You have other jobs?
I have an internship right now for Consolidated
And if you
Credit.
become editor, will you be doing any other jobs?
No.
Okay, so what are the 3 stories that you would put on your cover?
Right now, my story ideas include one of them is policing social media at FAU. Earlier this year, there was a thing that Wes and I saw on Yik Yak, which is an anonymous social media forum, where a football player, someone who identified themselves as a football player, was interested in buying drugs. And we couldn't really follow into that because it's all anonymous. Along with that, there was a golf cart stolen, and it was reported stolen on Yik Yak. And then later on, we found police reports that it had been stolen and it had been returned.
Story.
I want to look into, there's a bunch of different pieces of football players can't have Twitter profiles during the season. Another student got fired from a job at the rec center because of something he tweeted out. I want to look at how FAU is policing social media and how it affects what students can and can't put out there.
Okay, that's fun.
Another story would be college is stereotyped as sex and drugs, but a lot of leaders and faces that we see around campus actually identify themselves as virgins or people that don't drink. And I want to do like kind of a series of mini profiles looking into that and maybe basing it off of the time type of the Title IX, legislation, and looking into how the big picture isn't always
Title
like
IX's
Title IX and
Well,
abstinence?
I'm sorry, not Title IX. What's the one about surveying the freshmen when they come in about their sexual activity?
I think that applies to Title IX. It's
I
been
thought it was
applied
under
to
that,
sports,
yeah.
but it has been used in other
Yeah, I'm not crazy.
arenas.
But yeah, I
Running
just
for editor.
thank you. I was like, what? But no, I want to look into how a lot of the faces that we see.
Do you have any story ideas for Sonia that you know are story ideas? Your story ideas are, I'm going to look into something. Anyone that's been at the UP any length of time knows that is the death knell for any story.
Okay.
I'm gonna look into that, man. What? It'll be fun.
Throughout the semester, we've been collecting the GPAs of the different sports departments at FAU, and now we're starting to compare them to other sports departments
Isn't that
at
Wes's
different
story?
universities. No.
No.
But you started it this semester.
Yes.
Sonia's asking you about a story
A
you're
new
gonna do
one, right.
under your regime.
Well, it hasn't happened yet because we're
So
still
give her
Right,
another
but what are
story.
you gonna start on?
Okay.
Because just a little insight into the mind of Sonia Isker is she's looking for these story ideas, not just because
Right.
this is a story you're going to do. It sheds some light into how Emily Block thinks.
About a week or so ago, I was sitting in my basic computer knowledge class, and our professor was talking about these virus outbreaks that are happening on school computers. We get those like FAU
You give her
emails.
a bullet like it's like
Yes.
a news
We
meeting.
get those FAU emails that say, don't open this email because the tagline will give you a virus. But it turns out that within a half hour, 60 computers were affected with that virus. And then they had to disable the computers and put out bullets about that
So
virus.
the story is
Talking about the process that goes through hunting down one of those viruses when
That's
it
a cover
outbreaks at
story?
FAU. Possibly.
Possibly. Okay, so we've got a lot of possibles. Next question.
I got one.
He's got
I've heard staff say that on more than one occasion that the UP, the student body dislikes the UP.
Okay.
The students reject the magazine. They do not touch with the student body. Can you explain that? Is that true? And why?
I think we've been working on having more of a presence with our student body. Social media is a big tactic with that. Just recently, this past week, we did our first. Yes.
But answer directly this question. He said, he
Why?
wants to know why you think students aren't in touch with the paper. Before you talk about social media, just answer his question. Give your analysis to me.
Students are probably not always happy with the coverage as far as not focusing on their events enough. I think if we implement more beat systems to follow those students and put more faces in the paper, everyone will be happy. People want to read stories about themselves.
How long have you been here? UP?
Since this is my junior year, I've been here since freshman year, so 3
So you
years.
say beats, has that been tried before and have you been a part of that?
In a smaller sense, like under the subgroups, features will have a few different beats of program board and entertainment and stuff like that.
You have
and
beats
so
this
on.
semester.
Not implemented as much as we
Okay,
should.
answer.
No.
So I want to get back to Neil's question.
Okay.
Question.
So instead, you're not doing stories that students want. You're not covering issues that they care about. Is that your analysis of why there's a disconnect between student perception of UP and the UP doing its job and things being representative of FAU's finest news source, quote unquote?
I think so. I think it's a matter of putting more faces in the paper. It's hard to appease everybody.
Okay, and why isn't UP addressing this disconnect? Why aren't you guys all over this?
I think we have been in a sense. I think we've been more visible this semester. We've initiated the marketing segment. We've started polling on Facebook, and I think stuff like that and interacting with our readers more. Even
Excuse me, Neil,
yes.
are you asking her about the marketing or the content?
I'm talking about students' reaction to the paper and not wanting to pick it up and not
That
taking it
applies.
seriously.
So he's asking you about
content.
content,
Okay.
and you're responding with,
Sorry.
we're marketing the
Right.
content that no one wants to read.
Okay.
I'm talking about the products. Students wanting to pick up UT, wanting to grab it, feeling like it fits into their lives or it tells them something they need to know, that they have to have it.
Well, that directly relates to finding more beats, putting people on those beats, and following these clubs that we don't know exist.
Right, but we haven't done that,
Not enough. No.
hardly. So
Hardly.
why, as managing editor, did you not push that through?
I think we're just trying to keep the ship sailing at this point. It was a matter of we have a smaller staff and keeping everything alive, but if we develop our website and push more of that content to happen, everyone will be happy.
How many people do you have on staff?
Right now, it's about 15 or so.
And that's small for a bi-weekly paper?
That's a good point.
Because I know that this paper has run on a lot less being a weekly.
So just to go back to Neil's question then, so you're say we name you editor and tomorrow you're editor and you you create a beat systems right tomorrow? What do you do?
Well, one point that I do want to make is we're going to have a news editor as well as a web news editor. I think by dividing those, it'll bring our focus away from just what's going to go in the issue, what's going to go in the issue. We're going to have someone able to delegate stories to just web.
Okay, but are you going to create beats tomorrow?
Sure.
Sure.
Yes.
Is that what you want to do?
Yes. I want to implement more
And
beats.
so then what beats do you want to, so how do you see this falling out here?
Well, I think one thing we're severely lacking in is clubs because they just all kind of fall under features.
Okay, so you have a clubs beat?
Yes.
And?
We have student government beat. We have, I would like to do something on the new transportation facilities now that we have that new trolley shuttle.
So what beat is that?
happening.
The trolley beat?
Transportation.
Do you have an administrative beat?
Yes. And as well as housing and dormitory. Stuff like that. I think people need to know about what's happening in their community.
Yes, that's a good point, everyone. But like crime is bad too.
Thank
Wes, do you have any questions?
Who's your Emmy if you want?
My managing editor would be Emily Creighton.
Okay.
Where's Emily? Talk to you about that.
Yes.
Can I have another?
Sorry, man. We're all, but
Go.
we're supposed to be purposely chaotic so that they can't focus.
Okay, Juan, is there more we could do with social media, like stuff you can bring over that you learned at that.com?
Yes, and I think part of that is having a person who's dedicated to doing it. We just recently put out the job application for it, but once we get interviews for it and a person in place for it, I think summer's a great time to train them through it.
Can you answer any of these people's questions without saying, I'm going to put someone in charge of it?
Oh, yes, I have
because-
ideas for social media that I would like to implement. And
All right, because what you're doing is you're answering all these questions by saying, like, oh, I'm going to put someone in charge of that.
Oh,
That's
well,
kind of like,
not meaning to, sorry.
doesn't really help me very much.
Yes, I have experience in social media and I've already started to try and implement a little bit of it, like slowly, but it would be nice to see it in full scope and I want to do that.
How many stories is the UP producing every week?
A week, probably.
Probably, you're not sure.
No, sorry, I don't know off the top of my head. I know we try to have 2 to 3 stories a day on web. Some of those are regurgitated from print as well, though.
So no one knows, does anyone here know how many stories you print or you publish per week printed online?
4 to 10.
It's not a fixed number, but
4 to 10.
4 is low.
I think it's more like
It's between
Go
12
nine
and
to
12
like
to 15 is what I would say.
I'd say 10 to 15.
Wow.
That's all over the place.
4 to 15.
Somewhere in there.
On the web. I never knew anything about that.
Okay, we have some big problems
I've
fixing
seen
this.
some print stories.
Okay, Emily, you've had a position of authority, right, this last?
Yes.
So what is the one thing you did that was uniquely you, that you created, did, that speaks to how you pull things together?
I think we had a lot of trauma this past semester.
Yeah,
I think it happens every
Yeah, see, that's not answering your
Yeah.
question. Sounds like you're making an excuse for not doing anything. Just
Right,
tell her what
so
you
just
did.
what you did.
I've tried to help clarify.
Not what you
my
tried to
idea.
do, what
Okay.
you did.
I've helped clarify.
Not what you helped do, what you did.
Clarifying is kind of a weak thing to do. Let's try, did you, something?
I've pushed for our chain of command to be stronger so things just happen. Things like,
Is there one tangible thing that you've implemented this semester that says, wow, this is what I did right here?
sorry.
The answer can be no.
I
Seems to be
created
no.
a Twitter account.
All right, let me come at it from
beat
another way.
system.
So you ran for editor last time.
Yes.
This was your application from last time. You said the 3 things UP did poorly before you became managing editor: train new staff, juggle print versus web, work on evergreen content. The 3 things I plan to do after I become editor include training sessions and workshops for our editors. Did you do that?
Not as much as we should have, no.
Did you do it at all?
We had 1 or 2 workshops as well as field trips.
Who did that?
I think it was a group effort. I led some of the
Really? Wasn't
trips.
Neil over here doing the field trips?
I mean, Neil put a lot of the logistics together, but
Neil, did
like,
Emily help you do this?
staff.
We consulted on something.
Consulted, okay.
And I conferred with her.
She clarified.
Consulting and conferring. You said we're going to develop our evergreen section.
No, that's not.
You said I'm going to reinstate our Society of Professional Journalists chapter, which actually gets you free money.
I've reinstated it. We're still
Have you had a
building
meeting?
it. No, I mean it's the same people in our newsroom. We've gone to FIU and talked to them about their structures.
But you haven't had a meeting?
No.
Okay. You also said my vision of further differentiating our website from our magazine. Have you done that?
We're working on it. It's getting better. It's getting better since then. We've instated more multimedia clips. We've tried to do lists.
I'm gonna give you
and
one piece of
different forms
advice.
of website.
When you run for editor-in-chief or leader of anything, it is not a bad thing to say under those circumstances, I. A lot of times when you're a leader of something, you want to say we, because that's, you need help. But in this situation, everyone here is trying to figure out who the next editor should be, and I want to hear from you.
I've helped push for more web-only content. I've been trying to do
Okay,
a
so
system where
there's
we
nothing-
have a
But there's
So
nothing.
what is the what web only content were you responsible for?
a lot of our features coverage now has different multimedia aspects. We try and do the full.
Okay, so tell me something I would recognize. Like, oh, you know that thing where you push the button and you saw all the football players introduce themselves or whatever.
Well, with Muhammad's help, we've put in a lot of work.
He's not running for editor.
No, I'm aware.
Let me ask you a
but I'm
question.
not the
How
right
many
person.
how many stories have you written this semester?
Probably 3 to 5.
How many of those in print?
None, I don't think. They've all been web
Why?
because I don't need the print clips all the time. I want to give it to new people so they can train up and learn the way I have.
Do you think it's important that you do a little bit of writing to show you have the chops?
Yes,
What was a big story you wrote this semester that will impress these guys
for the university press or in general.
for the University
Yes.
Press?
For the university press, one story that I'm proud of is our bonfire coverage earlier this semester. The bonfire.
Okay, just let me interrupt you for 1 second. You probably don't want to talk to a guy that has won $5,500 for taking down a student body president and forcing him to resign his office, and a reporter over here who's won national awards for education reporting. Probably don't want to talk about bonfires.
That's a fair point, but I also think that it's a clear example of using our multimedia
Can you
aspects in a
explain the
web
story
story.
briefly?
It was a recap of the bonfire concert that happened, but rather than just being the story, it was the story along with a photo gallery, along with 2 videos and GIFs embedded in the
So
story
it
as
was
well.
a review that
It was a
included
review.
multimedia.
Yes.
All right, while these guys are gathering their thoughts.
I have
Oh,
a
sorry.
question, a different kind of question. Let's pretend, and this is just theoretical, that a group of new recruits being paid was meeting on their own behind editor's backs
Okay.
to plot a secret issue of the UP
Okay.
as sort of a out of frustration and sort of to send a message to the editors that things could be done differently, a better way. And you guys get wind of this later. Would you A, view this as a good thing, it's an indication of passion and enterprising spirit in the ranks of the new recruits, or B, as a dangerous challenge to the UP's chain of command and a sign of harmful chaos in the newsroom?
Absolutely.
Explain that.
If people see something wrong with the paper, hopefully they're motivated to fix it and want to do more and want to get more involved. I'd be the first one to offer to edit. I'm not saying I'm the best editor in the world, but I'm saying that I would want to help and push them to get their clips published and for them to do better.
But what about chain of command? What about subordination? What about the editors being in charge?
If they do better, then maybe that's a message to their editor saying, this new writer is trying to threaten your
You are
group
the
right
editor.
now.
You
Oh,
are the
I thought you
editor
meant
that's
section
sitting.
editor, I'm sorry. I was saying
Either
this
one,
new.
but
Okay.
Neil's
You're not in the loop on this. This is going on behind your back. You wouldn't be bothered by that? You wouldn't consider that an affront to your
I
authority?
would want to have a meeting and say, can we talk about our concerns in a group forum and address them and see what's wrong and how we can fix it. but I wouldn't tell them to stop producing that
So
content.
you could roll with that.
Yeah.
You could see that as a positive.
I'd support it.
Did you support it? Do you know what's going on?
I know what's going on now.
What'd you do to either help or talk to someone about it?
I haven't seen it yet.
You haven't talked. You knew what's going on, but you didn't bring it up to anybody.
I actually said that we should push one of those
But you
stories
didn't
into
do
this
anything.
issue. No.
Okay,
yet.
that's what I wanted to know. Chris Prasad, you're an alum here. Do you have any questions yet?
I was going to ask you, where do you usually hang out to get your news stories from? If you've written this semester, I don't know if you've written this semester. What have you have in the past, and where do you get those story ideas?
I think sometimes they just come from the breezeway, to be honest. Like the computer virus outbreak happened in class because it was computer related, but a lot of
I
stories.
think Chris is
are
asking you, do you go anywhere on purpose to get story ideas, not stuff that just fell in your lap?
Scope them out. Not
Okay,
really,
I'll take
but
that
I'm
as a
open
no.
to some
Staff
stuff.
have any questions? Oh, sorry, Wes, did you have more questions?
We're done. We're done here.
Oh, no,
I
I'm
got
sorry.
some more.
I have more.
Please. go ahead.
You've
Sorry.
been here the longest, the most experience running. Why aren't you winning the staff vote?
I think Greg is very likable, but at the same time, I don't think Greg's been in a position to be disliked either. He's still new to our staff.
So the staff base their votes on who they like the best personally.
Well, I think it's exciting to hear the new kid on the bus talk about their ideas. Absolutely. People are open to that and excited about that. I'm excited about that. But I think there's something to be said about knowing the infrastructure as well.
What's the purpose of the UP?
The purpose of the UP is to inform the student body of what's going on. It's to train students to become journalists, and it's to train the people we're interviewing, including media relations, including administration, how to work and deal with the media.
And how are you doing on those fronts right now? Because you've been here a long time. So how are you doing at training the new people who come in?
I mean, I think that's a question more for the staff than me, but I
Why?
taught
Well, how many
great
people
from
did
the
you make?
beginning.
How many people walked in and you've got them still here and they're writing productive stories?
Yeah, I met Hani today. I hope she sticks around. Emily Creighton came in, and within a semester, we made her features editor. Ryan Lynch is a new contributor who's already doing so many clips and just getting stronger. He started as a sports writer, and now he's doing everything.
All right. If you're here, not many people are around, you're all by yourself. You find out that the plane carrying the FAU football team has crashed. What do you do?
I call my managing editor, Emily Creighton, to get people together, and I call my art director.
All right, so you know the answer to that. You
Yes,
remember that.
sorry. Yeah.
We did that last year. That's good that she remembers.
What was
This
the
is
best
good.
story of the semester
Best story of this semester.
and why?
I have some favorites, but
You have 3 seconds to figure out which one it is. 3.
I really liked our Eric Dunn profile because people want to read that. It was picked up and it was our lowest return rate.
So she's citing basically a profile of a guy that puts up fine videos. It's very
He's a
popular.
student?
He's a student that goes here, yes.
Okay, what's the worst story of the semester?
Between everything else.
It's not because of the content. I think the content was actually really interesting.
No, I want to know
But-
content. I don't care about process.
Well, okay. It was more so how it was
Just tell them the
delivered.
story, please.
Just
'cause it's
light
still
pollution. I think light pollution was a really cool idea. He broke it up into separate stories, but it lost people the way it was
That was the
written.
worst story?
Because it could have been so much stronger.
Okay, we
That's what pops into my mind.
just rephrase the question for both of them.
Okay.
Because if you haven't seen the theme evolving here yet, what's the news story, the best news? Because let's just see if you agree with this theory that if Neil's saying that people aren't reading the paper enough, and you're saying that there's not enough people here, that news is not necessarily boring, this happened when. News can be, student body president stealing money. News can be the FAU diversity committee with no black people on it. News can be like really weird shit. And people want to know that. News can be, hey, here's the salaries of all the people at FAU that make over $100,000 a year. That's really excites people. They don't like the word news. News sounds boring. But what news is fascinating. They're trying to get at that. So tell them right now, answer their question with the best news story, online or in print this semester while you are managing editor. If it doesn't leap to mind, it can't be
That's probably not a good
that
sign.
good, right? It's sort of like,
Yeah.
hey, tell me why you love me and want to marry me. Huh, that doesn't work.
Yeah. Well, one doesn't come to mind, and I think that's
Okay.
a problem.
Are there any other questions from this panel? We can go to questions about these people and come back.
I have one,
Okay.
just
Please.
one quick one if I could. Emily, a lot of positives about you in the staff comments, you know, looks great on paper, experienced, hands-on compliments, doesn't put you down, offer solutions. Are you bossy enough for this job?
I think I am.
How? Explain, tell us.
Honestly, at the very beginning of the semester, I was hearing that I was too bossy, and then I tried to tone it down. I think that I can find a good balance between the two. I know how to get things done.
What is that
People are-
balance? What editors have struggled here in this job, it's a hot seat. And we've had people burn out fast, and we've had people almost get the staff to sort of mutiny.
We're very quick to
What's the formula?
we're very quick to point out what people do wrong in their stories, and not constant enough with pointing out what's done right.
What's the formula though for being successful at IC in terms of how you treat people?
Being able to make sure that structure's in place, we can do that with staff manuals and job contracts, and making sure that they know what their duties are.
Structure is treating people though.
Structure as in terms of
Structure is
job
how you
duties.
treat
Yes.
people, how you react to people leaving the paper suddenly, or how you command them or
It's a matter of knowing how to talk to people and not being a dictator, but also
so it's not dictatorial,
not to be dictatorial.
but you have to have some bossiness mixed into that,
Yes. And
which is somewhat dictatorial.
I think I can handle that though.
I have no idea what you guys are talking about.
I've been told the internet has questions. So
Yes.
is someone on the internet?
Yes, Gideon on Twitter asks, what's this past semester's UP biggest failure and what would be your solution?
We run like we're a weekly, even though we're a bi-weekly.
Okay,
We're
same thing
still-
that Jason was saying. Don't give process, give results. People don't care about how hard it is to put out the paper. They care about what's in the paper or on the screen.
Yes.
Answer Gideon's question, what was that disaster, in print or on screen?
Probably our women's issue. Our women's history issue is supposed to be encompassing all the strong women leaders that we have on campus, and it turned into a women's sports issue with one non-athlete.
And the second part of his question?
What is the second part? Can you repeat it? How can I
What
fix
would be
it?
your solution?
Well, it's a matter of just making sure stories come through. I think by implementing beat systems and following through with those stories, that won't happen anymore.
All right, I don't know about that. Is there any questions from the staff itself or any of the students in the room? And by the way, when we do, before you guys do this, we're going to hold you to the same standards to ask a question that we hold them to answer the question. The question's got to be for everybody, so it can't be like, last Tuesday you were mean to me. Don't care. And it's got to be something that is tangible and real, not like, how do you feel about it? You have a question, Ivan?
Yeah, I'm wondering, since if you're gonna be the editor-in-chief, I'm wondering, are you gonna have like a vision, an overall vision of how the magazine is gonna go? So I can actually, depend on you or something.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about it a little bit, but I want to go back to being, is it okay that my backs are facing you guys?
I don't
I'm
know, it's up
sorry.
to them.
Are you offended? I'm sorry, but I want to go back to being a weekly magazine. I think that overall, yeah, I want to be a weekly magazine starting in the fall. Summer would be for us to get our feet wet and start building ad revenue, so we are in the position to do that. Going off of your question, it would be a matter of holding to those deadlines and.
But I'm wondering, do you have like a magazine,
Oh,
magazine
one-
design or a magazine that you like?
Some of
That we
one-
can get inspired
yes.
from?
I've been talking to Sabrina about it a little bit, and I mentioned it to you really briefly, but I want to implement more of a house style so that
I don't think most people know what that is, so
a house style is
just What's a magazine
One
that you
magazine
would
that
like to
I really
emulate?
would like to base off of is Esquire magazine. I
Okay.
think- Yes.
Okay, ask and answer.
What's your course of action for maintaining a solid staff of reporters and keeping that continuity?
Well, which question do you want first?
No, I'm saying, what's your course of action for maintaining like the reporters that come in at the open house
And keeping them.
and then
retention.
keeping them there the whole time?
One plan that I want to start right away is incentives. As I was saying to Neil earlier, we talk about what people are doing wrong, but we don't tell them what they're doing right often enough. We can't pay everybody. That's not a
So what's an incentive?
possibility.
This is interesting. What's an incentive you're going to
I
give
want
them?
to get gift cards, whether it's from our advertisers or whether we get them ourselves. And at the end of the month, the top performing story on web, the most liked story on Facebook, the favorite photo by the staff in magazine, those people would get a gift card. And I'm not saying it's, oh my God, a gift card, I have to stay forever, but it's telling them that they're doing something right and hopefully motivates them to do it
that's an
again.
answer.
Oh,
Good.
I do have one question though. So we're gonna rate how good the story is or how good the writer is, or we're gonna give out prizes just based on likes from Facebook or clicks on the story?
Well, I do think
Because I could write a story right now that'll get a bazillion clicks. Is it any good?
You're right, and I don't think that's the only way to base a story's worth. But I do think that with so many students, so many of our readers being on our Facebook and on our Twitter, that it is one thing that we should gauge, not the only.
It's an
thing.
interesting idea. How else could you make that? Let's just see you think on your feet and use your available resources. How could you take that kind of interesting idea and make it more journalistic? Because you're only going to encourage everyone to write about the penis.
By taking it to a panel of judges.
And who are
By
these
taking
judges
it-
going to be?
If Sonia and Jason were willing, if Neil Santinello is willing,
All
Tom
right.
O'Hara, who's our adjunct right now.
Good answer. All right. Any other general questions from the staff?
Oh, first, I guess first I'd like to know, like, is there gonna be a Q&A where we get to have all
Yes, all three candidates will
ask
be
the
here.
questions at once?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then we're going to ask for more of your opinions too. All right, Mo, did you have a question?
What would you change on web if you become the MC?
I have some plans for web. I want to bring in another assistant web editor.
Okay,
who's also-
let's stipulate right now so this doesn't
Okay.
get really boring, really fast. Like, the answer should not be, I'm going to bring in more people, because obviously, if we had all these people, that would be different.
Okay,
So
one plan
answer
of
his
mine-
question with what you want to do.
One plan of mine is I've talked to Remy about it already. I want a news editor, but I also want a web news editor.
Interesting.
Remy would be my web news editor. By doing that, we're gonna have
What's
web
going to
focused
appear
content.
on the screen
There's
to
more
answer his question?
content because we have one person devoted to only web content.
What's your goal for content? How much content? Or is it regular? Is it whenever a story
I would
comes
like
in?
to be a web daily, and I think that's really feasible because it doesn't always have to be the story that happened today. It doesn't always have to be a review. Sometimes it could be a list or something clickable or a photo gallery. I would like to keep it
What
at
is it now?
at least 3 stories a week. Or sorry, 3 stories a day, excuse me. Right now, it's 2 to 3 stories maybe a day on a good day. Depends on the day. It's not always a daily. We try to keep it a daily.
So some days you have nothing.
Sometimes it falters a little bit, or it'll only be a story that was on print.
How many are
regurgitated
photo
as well.
galleries? Tell these guys so they have some perspective.
I'd say, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, would you say 2 galleries a week, give or take? Is it more? I could be completely wrong, I'm sorry. 4, because there's sports ones as well.
They take a lot of pictures of the game and they run a lot of photos of the photo gallery. That
And
considered.
that's the new content
So
per
that's
day.
considered a
Yes.
That could,
content,
yes.
Mahan.
Well, we have news on the site. What would you do new? Like, I just didn't hear anything new.
By having someone who's only devoted to web,
Don't talk
wanna
about
do-
people, talk about results.
I want to do more lists. I want to do more polling elements. I want to do stories
We
just
do
that
lists, we
news?
do polling. You already do all these things. What's new? Like new.
You don't want to do something, you just tell them, I don't want to do it, I want to improve what I got. You don't have to.
okay, then
Just
fair.
give an honest answer.
I want to improve what we have already. I want more of it.
Any other questions from the students?
All right, so based on a few sources who used to work at the UP, like I've heard that apparently for the last 2 years, the UP's had this issue where there would be these 2 clicks, and then the people who weren't part of that click would feel alienated by that 1 click, so there would be this clash, which I think might be the source between like the miscommunication and all the
Yes, what's the
inconsistencies
question
in the
about that?
paper. That being said, what will you do to ensure that these 2 groups settle their differences and work together as a team to ensure that the UP improves as a paper?
I think it's a matter of talking to everyone that's here, and it shouldn't be clicky. new people I brought up, like Brian Lynch was new and he's here. I don't think it has to be a click. It's just a matter of hearing everyone and what they.
Does this really matter to what you put
Yeah.
out as a paper?
Does it?
Does it if you put out a paper, does it matter who's clicking with whom? I mean, does it change your news content?
As
Do
long
you think the Palm Beach Post or his newspaper or the Sun Sentinel is not without its clicks?
You're absolutely right, but I do think one issue that's relevant to that question is you guys don't have to be in class with each other. So it's a matter of finding that balance.
No, we are like with each other like 40 or 50 hours a week.
Yeah, that's true.
Like right beside each other all the freaking time. So does this matter to content?
No,
I mean,
there has to be a professional divide and people just need to get done, do their job.
Is this, do you think these clicks or these personality conflicts are actually affecting the quality of the paper and the content?
I would hope not, no. I think the only example I can think of is this supposed coup with another issue happening. But I think that's great and that it
So it
should
could
be
actually be
enforced. Yeah, I
raising
think
the
it,
content.
exactly. I think if anything, it could end up raising morale.
But couldn't clicks be tied to retention? I've heard people telling me that there's too much of a click here and that they can't break in and they say that as a result.
That's a good
I think
question.
there go our other editor candidates.
So is it possible there is a connection?
There's a possibility, but I think people get out of it what they put into it. I know that's
Can you
such
just
a
tell us an
cliche
answer
thing to
that's
say.
not
No,
like,
I
get
don't
out,
know what the
today
question
is the first
is
day of the
anymore.
rest of your life,
I
obstacles
don't
we
know
can
what
see
the
when you take
question
your eyes
is
off the
anymore.
prize.
Clicks shouldn't matter. People should be here to
Let's
do
just see
their
this,
job.
let's reset.
Thank you.
This is actually cool. It sounds like you have Sonia and Neil sort of disagreeing. So you are trying to give the appropriate political answer just to get a vote. And sometimes you just gotta pick a side. Like you can't just make everybody happy when you're in charge. Somebody's gonna be happy, someone's not. But you are gonna stick to your core principles. So Neil makes a point that is different than Sonia's. They both might be valid, but you're gonna have to choose to piss one of these two people off. Which one? If you want to hate your guts forever,
Oh dear.
now go ahead and answer the question.
Thank you. Play.
C.
People need to be here to do their job. And
Okay, that's
if they're
already
scared-
known.
If they're scared away by a click, then maybe they're not going to get the clicks that they want. And I'm sorry, but they should try and talk to us. I don't think that that's an issue.
Okay.
Good answer. All right.
Thank you.
Can you do me a favor? We're gonna have any more questions from these guys? All right, we can come back and ask more questions. Can you do me a favor? Can you go get Andrew?
Yep.
And send him here to the uncomfortable chair.
Thank you.
All right, so as she's walking out, I have a question for you guys in a minute before Andrew gets here. Thoughts about the interview process or about her answers? Go. No feedback. New person, what do you think?
I think that under the pressure, she had pretty good answers, but it doesn't seem like there was a lot of things done because I guess she had a former editor position. And it doesn't seem like everyone's happy with her performance, from what I'm gathering.
No, you're just what do you think about her assessment, Max?
She did well.
Think she did
Very
well?
political though, with not
Yeah,
answering
very
the question.
I think
It's
she
like-
did well.
Yeah,
She was good.
I think someone wrote that in her.
Good idea. It's gonna end up
The first three
bad.
questions were good.
Yes.
You are prepared.
No.
It wasn't Muhammad.
I thought it was you?
Can you?
Well,
That's tough. So tough.
I'm sorry.
I know she did good. You guys really bashed her.
No, she did well.
Oh, wait, you're on the side.
That's our goal.
Oh,
It's for
gosh.
people.
Oh, did you invite you to dress here?
I don't know, it's my, I'm the only one that has to tie it.
Andrew, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. All right, guys,
I know.
you now know how this goes. We want to speed this up. We want to get the answers. Sonia?
Oh, yeah, my first question is, what 3 stories are you going to run in the paper? Original ideas that are yours, that are not already in the works, that don't involve covering an event. Go.
How clean are FAU's lemons?
FAU's what?
Lemons.
Lemons.
The dirtiest thing in a restaurant is always the lemons because they don't wash the
Oh.
outside of a lemon. So when they cut it and put it in your drink, you get that dirt in your drink. So with that as kind of like a lead into it, I wanted to do a story about the health, like food inspections in the cafeteria because students are always complaining about the cafeteria. And I've actually already tried to find them and found something lead into it. Already tried to contact the health department.
Okay, so how safe is it to eat at FAU? Next.
Food inspection.
A story that was came up was that the Lambda Club is their little meeting place.
What's Lambda Club for these guys who don't know?
It's like the LGBTQIA center type thing. They have like a little closet. I've been to one of their meetings. And
In the closet?
Literally in the closet.
It's pretty much a closet. It's like the head office, but like strung out like longer. That's it. And it's not even their own thing. It's in like an office room thing. But there's 18 religious groups on campus, and like 15 of them or something are Christian groups. And I wanted to compare the money, see like how much money does Lambda Club get, and how much space and money does the religious groups get, and the space
From
they
who?
get from the campus, from the school.
All right, next. That's
Um, I want to do a human interest type story on the people, always outside the cafeteria, like handing out pamphlets and stuff. And they always stop people when I'm talking to them about religious stuff. They'll stop them, and they actually almost made a friend of mine cry last year. So they have an impact on the people they talk to, and I want to know like what impact do they hope to have? Why do they want to try to do that? You know, the type of people like that. Because it's last year there was also people
All right.
who have a barricade on them.
All right. So since we last spoke, what have you done this year this semester that makes you a better candidate than before? Like one thing. What one thing did you do this semester that?
Well, what hurt me the most last time is I wasn't in here very much. I wasn't.
Okay. So.
I mean, I was more involved with all of the problems that we were having, like helping solve things and issues.
So you've been here more now.
Yeah.
Did you write more stories?
Yes.
Did you write any non-science stuff?
I've written other stories that weren't like part of my own science section. Was like I just did a story that just went up yesterday on a hackathon on campus, where computer programmers try to solve issue in the community. Like one of them is
I know what a hackathon is. Keep going.
Okay. And that was a feature. That was a feature article that.
How much have you written this semester?
I had an article in every print issue this semester, except one. And I've also.
How many print issues has there been?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And I've also had, and I just wrote the hackathon, and I also had a web gallery come up from I shot for a Comic-Con that was on campus.
And your big idea is to reshape content. What does that mean?
I want us to do more investigative type pieces, and I want us to do more things that are a bit more general, that can affect college students in general, like the ultra concepts. Do something about that, which we did, and I liked it, and something that's more general for college students and doesn't necessarily have to have a super strong connection to FAU, because we've had story ideas that have gone out just because it didn't have a great connection.
Do you have enough stories about FAU to feel free to do stuff that's more general?
I think we have plenty of stories that we have for FAU, and I think it would just help to bolster like the content that we have just by having those other stories that specifically on FAU, but like we could still have a connection. Like they came out with a nail polish that you put in a drink, it'll change color if there's movies in it. So I think that would be a good story, and that doesn't directly tie to FAU, but a college student would find that to be very interesting.
How's your coverage of student government and student and the administration?
I think we're doing a good job. I mean, we had an article that just came out about the gun control, and I know we talked to student government people about what they think about that and what they're doing with that. Specific stories completely just oriented at SG. We haven't really done any of those as of lately.
Why not?
Maybe we're not looking hard enough. Maybe there's really just isn't anything going on. But that's also why I want to do more investigation.
Nothing going on.
He said maybe nothing's going on.
How would you know?
Andrew,
Does anyone go to the SG meetings?
Yeah, I know William. He's not.
also Greg.
Yeah.
So there's 2 people that go to these meetings, and you have no SG stories that come out of them?
There's a story in the next print issue.
Yeah, but that doesn't help us now.
Yeah.
I want to know for 1 second. That guy that just walked in, his name is Rich, Peninsula College. which is not this peninsula, the one by Seattle. And he is watching this instead of going to the beach because he's crazy. All right, other questions?
What was the best story of the semester?
I think it's the cigarette one because
What's the cigarette one?
The cigarette story was about how there's a new thing that was passed on campus that now is a tobacco-free campus. But there was almost no student opinion going into that to propose that, and there's no way for them to reinforce it, and a lot of students didn't even know what happened.
Who wrote that?
Max Jackson, the person who's taking pictures of you.
When the worst story?
Sorry?
The worst story?
The worst story? I mean, a lot of the stories that were in the women's special issue, I think, were very bad because they concentrated so much on sports that it wasn't a profile anymore. It was profiling the sports that they played. It wasn't about them as a person.
What if we told?
Isn't that a choice?
What?
That's a choice, though. You know.
Well, he doesn't like the choice, apparently.
And many of the, when we critiqued it, no one really liked that.
Question for you, related to what Jason just asked. The previous candidate said the worst story was your story in light pollution.
Okay.
Any response?
He obviously isn't very interested in science, or she. I mean, I write the science stories because I wanted to appeal to people who aren't necessarily interested in science.
All right, I just wanted to know what your thoughts were. Other questions?
Andrew, what happens to science if you
I don't have a person right now that I specifically would want to be a science, but if the science section has to suffer for me to be able to focus my attention on making the paper better, then so be it.
Who's the best writer of these three?
Of us three? I haven't seen Emily Block write anything this semester. So.
She wrote a story on the bonfire.
She did?
Apparently it was awesome.
Well, she, according to her, she wrote 5 or 6 stories, so you haven't seen any from her, so that means you don't pay attention to the UP?
I wouldn't say that. I usually see every story that comes out. And read
Let's do a little test. Let's do a little test for Wes here. We asked the last candidate this. How many stories does the UP put up per week for print and web?
Like combined or separate?
Combined.
We usually have about 5-ish articles in an issue, and then we have about 3 a day or so, 3 or 2 a day. So.
But you're not sure. You guys really don't know.
Well, it goes back and forth.
How about last week?
Last week. I didn't count how many went up last week, but I'd say about 20.
20. Wow, you're way off.
We went from 4 to 20 now.
Yes.
Getting
other questions?
Big range.
Neil.
Andrew, the UP is closing the door and working with one thing, as you know.
Yeah.
Now you're waiting to see if students can kind of deal with live sports. But that's really a black box right now because negotiations haven't begun. What's your fallback plan? If this doesn't work out and Linda's gone, and we're Mira, how are you going to print product?
Well, the way we're paying for the very last issue of this semester is we're dipping into our reserve fund to pay for it. And that's there for us.
Okay, wait, reserve funds? That's not my understanding. Reserve funds is a different animal.
Oh,
Not going to
the-
reserve funds.
That's a big deal.
The other bank account, yeah, the expenses bank account.
The expense line money.
Yes, I switched the names.
Go ahead. So you're supporting that.
For now, yeah, because there's not much we can do about it right now, and that's what we need that to use it.
Do you have any idea how much it's going to cost you if that continues on to the fall?
I
how
mean,
much it
it's
costs
$1,600 to print 4,000
right.
copies.
And do you have any idea how much money you have in the space line?
We have about 20,000 last time I checked. Well, last time I was told.
Okay, that's not going forward. That's this residual is actually less than it's about.
Yeah, next semester is going to be 15,000 because I know we have the budget cuts. But my fallback on that is for us to do, and I don't have an exact plan for this, but I know where I want to go with this.
Does everyone understand what the hell he's talking about? Here's the thing. When Neil asks you a question, even if it's specific, don't forget your audience is not just the people that vote. It's everyone in the room. When you are editor-in-chief, everything you say, you are basically on stage for it. These people are judging you. So anytime you answer a question, your job is to give an answer, but also interpret for everybody in the room. They're your audience too, because if these guys vote for you, you have to work with these people. Now go ahead.
If the expense line money,
Yes.
if you can't sustain that, because that's also money for trips to conferences and for equipment in the newsroom and for things that you need, subscriptions to magazines. Do you have another plan? Is there something in your back pocket that would get you
revenue for printing?
The next plan would be for us to try to sell the ads ourselves, and I have already started talking to people about that. Michelle Boyette.
All right, so here I'm gonna interrupt because we've already faced this with the last candidate. And nothing glazes corny as faster than candidates saying, "Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna talk to some people.
I've already talked
I'm gonna
to
create a
someone.
position." Then give a result. What's going to happen?
Michelle Boyette, who was editor-in-chief of this place for 2 years, said that she would be more than happy to come in and start helping teach us on how to do it. And she also suggested that we would hire someone part-time who
So you
does
just did exactly what I said. Someone's gonna come in and help us find a person to do the thing. Okay, whatever.
No
Next-
result.
Next
So
question.
how many semesters have you been?
I've been here for 4 semesters, 2 years.
2 years.
I started.
And how much did you say you wrote this semester?
I had one in every print issue.
So
except
six stories. Were they cover stories?
one. Well, I've written a couple for online as well, not just print.
So
But
8 stories.
no, none of them were cover stories.
None of them were cover.
Did you ever go out of your box? Because your thing is science, so did you do any administrative type stories or something else?
I did a photo gallery. I took photos to cover an event for Comic-Con that was on campus.
But no news.
Andrew,
No.
do you think your general knowledge is enough to handle news and features and sports, if you will?
If my general knowledge can't handle it, I'm more than capable of finding someone who is capable, who does know how it does work better than I. I'm not going to try to pretend that I know how something like that works if I don't.
Why haven't you wrote cover stories?
I think I have.
What do you think you have?
I think I have. I think they're very important stories that
They should have been covers.
I think so.
Any other questions? Let me ask you, I'm sorry, go ahead. All right, so you ran for editor last time. This was part of your application last time. Communication with new people is a large problem we have. You've now solved that, correct?
I don't think I've completely solved it, but I think I've helped teach a lesson about it.
How?
I had all the new people come together, about 10 people, and I had them work together to create an issue by themselves.
And what's that issue?
It was a special issue on drugs.
When's it coming out?
It doesn't have a set date yet.
Is it done?
It is. All the content is finished and the design is 3/4 done.
How long have
Is
they had?
is that the secret issue that someone alluded to?
Apparently it is.
How long have they had, Andrew?
3 weeks, the same amount of time we had for the women's special issue that everyone thought was very bad.
And it's not done.
It is done, but it was bad. A lot of that photos fell through, which is a problem that we now know is major.
But basically, this is what I'm really getting at when we do this little process here. If they wanted to see something, you could show them something. It might not be very good, but they can actually see.
Yes.
So far, the 2 candidates that we've had did a lot of talking about stuff we can't prove.
I could print it out right now and show it.
All right, I'm just saying. All right, you also said deadlines have caused issues as well. Sometimes edit deadlines were not met. Sometimes draft deadlines weren't either. The importance of deadline needs to be made clear. Have you done that this semester?
I have with the writers that I've had work with me.
What about your own? You broke a few of your own. So if you end up being top dog, and I know that you broke some of your own, why should I listen to you?
The only times that mine have been broken is when I thought edits were done and everything was finished, and then someone else came in and said that they want something changed. I had met my own deadlines, but the deadlines then get pushed because someone else comes in and wants something changed. That's not my fault.
Russ, what do you say to that?
I mean, I'm thinking of the shark story.
Don't speak in terms of specific stories. Talk in terms for all these guys here. Did he meet deadline? Yes or no question?
Not every guy.
What percent of time did Andrew break deadline when you were editor?
Probably a quarter of the time.
How does that compare to other people on staff? Better, worse, average?
Average.
Really? That sucks. For every other week. All right. Sorry.
So
Jason?
you're taking the lead on this secret issue.
Yeah.
So you're in charge of that.
Yeah.
You rounded that up.
Yes. I got them all together. I managed the whole thing. I assigned the stories. I helped them come up with the stories. I helped them edit it. I helped them find out what to do. I helped them figure out ideas, angles.
Are any of those people in this room?
Yes. Zach, Jasmine, Ivan, Pat.
Why did you feel you had to do that secretly?
I wasn't purposely trying to keep it a secret. I just wasn't saying it out loud that it was happening.
That's a secret.
Yeah, why couldn't you just do this publicly? Why couldn't you just say, okay, I think we should put out an issue on whatever it is?
Because I'd get shot down from every which angle.
Yeah, why couldn't you just do this publicly? Why couldn't you just say, okay, I think we should put out an issue on whatever it is? Because I'd get shot down from every which angle.
Because I'd get shot down from every which angle.
Why?
And I mean, I would do it
Why would you
anyways.
get shot down?
Because they don't have very much, especially Wesley doesn't have very much confidence in my ability to edit or write.
Oh, now this is getting interesting. This is much more fun now.
So rather than work through the system, you
Well,
went
the
rogue.
system wasn't working very well in teaching the new people, so I thought I'd do it myself.
So you become editor tomorrow, and this person over here decides that you aren't doing what he wants to do, and he creates his own group and goes and starts an issue. What do you do? A secret issue, but it's not secret. He just doesn't want to talk about it.
I addressed the problem that caused it in the first place. If they felt so strongly that this issue was a problem, then obviously it didn't come up to my attention. I'd want to do something with it immediately because they obviously felt strongly enough about the issue that they needed to try to solve it themselves because they didn't think it would work.
Would you see that as a good thing or a bad thing that they did something behind your back to make a point?
I think it would be a bad thing that they did behind my back, but a good thing that they felt that strongly about to solve the issue.
So you would improve a bit, being done behind your back. But you would the back end amend them or
I mean, I would prefer for them to come up to me first to try to solve the problem.
Did you go to Wes and the leadership here to try to solve your problems first?
I've brought up that we don't train the people enough, and I've said that we have to train the people enough, and I've said that the way
Well, how does training people go into new issue?
What do you mean?
I said the issues that you felt kept you from doing your own issue.
He's saying, did you bring those?
Did you bring those issues to?
What was it that was wrong that you had to go rogue?
Keeping the deadlines on schedule and communicating, and then teaching the new people. I've had people who've written 2 stories who've come to me and written a story to me and still didn't know what a lead nut was and how things like that work. And I didn't like that because I felt like the person who edits their first story should be teaching them all of these things. So, and that wasn't happening, and I wanted to teach all these people that because I felt like they weren't being taught.
What was your position?
In the
Newsroom at the time. You're the science writer.
Science editor.
You're the science editor.
Yes.
So they were writing science, or they were writing something else?
No, they weren't writing science. They were writing, one of the stories was a profile on an ambient addict who went to school here and how she got over it. That was written by them.
Okay. So what leadership skill are you going to bring that's not going to happen
I'm sorry.
to you? What are you going to do differently?
Oh, I'm going to make sure that the new people get taught. I'm going to put that as like a rule that happens, that the person who edits their first story is the person who teaches
Yeah, okay, that was your idea, right. So this was, I think it was in here somewhere. The first person, the first story you do, you sit with an editor. Just one? That's my question.
to teach them how the different things work, sitting down with them and explaining to them. Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna cut to the chase here. I mean, something, sorry, you don't know the doc procedure. Do me a favor. Will you go stand up by that garbage can until someone comes to get you? Just go. Trust me, it'll work out fine. Just stand outside, against the other wall, but don't listen. Okay, so how many new people here have worked on that special issue again? Show of hands. All right, these guys are either perplexed, intrigued, disapproved. I don't really know what they want, what they think. Tell them without him in the room what you think about what's going on, about what Andrew's doing, how the issue's going. Answer their questions. Will you mind asking? Show of hands one more time. Will you ask your questions to these people instead of Andrew?
Okay, so so you wanted to write a story and you couldn't get a story in the newspaper?
I can answer it on. Yeah, the idea was, I think, initially started with West. It was his idea to come up with like a drug issue, like a manual, something controversial, like a manual that I originally thought that he was trying to tell us, create a manual.
So you wanted to write a story.
He's
Have
a
you written a
designer.
story? Or okay, so you're a designer. Who's writing?
That's
Not a party until it's broken.
So
So you want, let's just start.
Okay.
Have you written the story for the paper before this?
Yes, I have.
Okay, and you were able to get those stories in.
Yes.
And you wanted to write another story.
Yes.
And They didn't like your idea.
No, it's not that they didn't like our idea. It's that the issue in itself was extremely ambitious. In some of the topics, we were doing Adderall, like prescription drug abuse, where you have to contact, people that are up higher in the government and what have you, and cultivate sources.
All right.
And he's telling me, okay, you need to have a draft by Friday, and when he gives the assignment on like a Wednesday.
Who gave you the assignment?
Like no, when is it? Yeah. So
you're answering her question. You're going to be an editor here someday. You're going to have to be in a news meeting. If you suck to our news meetings, you know they suck.
Okay.
The reason they suck is someone asks a question and you answer it like, okay, on Thursday, right, and then I have for breakfast. That's not how you answer these questions. Right. So let's do this. To answer her question, people that are, show your hands again if you work for this drug issue. Answer this question. Is Andrew doing a good job or a bad job? In your opinion, I don't care what the answer is. Just
good, raise your hand.
Bad.
Bad.
Bad why?
I have the only thing you should have done is canceled it. And I didn't want to give up, and I don't like giving up. But if he told me to cancel it, I would have given up on it too.
All right. Okay, I'm over this.
Okay.
Over this?
Here's
So basically, he took the charge to lead the initiative to do this great issue, and it's failed.
Actually, what happened was he didn't initially take the charge. We had with Koretsky and other new people had started this project, and halfway in, he came in.
All right, let me explain this because partly,
this is
a mess. All right, whatever.
You guys want to be communicators. You can't explain a coup d'etat the right way. Basically, this has happened before at the UP where there are editors and no one's happy. So I take the new people out downstairs for food and drink. And I don't tell the editors. I just tell all the new people privately. We go downstairs for drink. And most years, the editors in charge are like, what the hell, man? Why don't we get drinks? That's because, well, you guys are running your newspaper and it's all messed up and you know it's messed up and you're not fixing it. So I take the new people downstairs and they bitch about the people that are running the place. And then they get to know each other and then they get to work on the project. Usually what happens is that the editors come to see me and say, Koretsky, you undermine my authority. And I say, I just bought food and drink. How did I undermine anybody's authority? And then what happens is everyone starts talking to each other, and it works. Kind of the editors have been put on notice because you can yell at editors as old people. We're old now. And they're like, yeah, whatever. And yeah, sorry. And it doesn't matter. But once you get the new people downstairs for drinks and they're talking behind the editors' backs, they get all nervous about their peers thing because that's a Facebook issue all of a sudden. So these guys started to get to know each other. And here's how this all goes wrong. Is I give the editors at the beginning of every semester a little folder. In that folder, I say, yes, you should put your hand in your head. You deserve to do that. I say, put in that folder, you're a designer, a piece of design you like, and a piece of design that you hate. And then we talk about design. That's how we do training, because it's not a class. And the good semesters, the editors do that. And I'll tell the editors, that they must support each other, that if one editor forgets their folder, they have to lie to me with a good lie to cover, because they're a team. So what happened? I hand out the folders, and next week what happens? Half the editors, oh, I don't have my folder, I lost my folder, I don't have my folder. He didn't bring his folder! The exact opposite of everything that I said. The second week, half of them bring their stuff. The third week, I go around to the editors and I say, hey, Wes, can I have your folder? I'm like, can I have your folder? Right? Can I have your folder? And like dummies are like, yeah, sure. They give me the folders back. And then that's when I get the new people together. And I give the folder to the new people. And guess what? They bring some shit in. I start talking to new people. 9 times out of 10, the existing editors get pissed at me and come to me and say, Koretsky, man, what the hell, man? These guys sat there around the room while the new people did this. And in fact, I told the editors, shut up, the new people are talking. So this coup d'etat started because they called my bluff. They didn't do anything. And this thing went way out of control.
Okay.
That's how we got here. So I will say this, because I'm a vote.
Andrew get?
3, I think.
On the staff?
It's 3 staff votes. I will say this. So my last question to you guys is, you see how this is going. You're watching this whole process. You're watching the political answers. Andrew did a bad job. Does he get any credit for doing any kind of job? Or no?
No, it was really ambitious. Yeah.
He stayed on top of his writers. Like I was on this originally, and I fell through, and that's my fault because I had classes and other things.
Because the shit is hard.
All of us do.
Yeah.
But I, he did maintain contact with the people he was working with, which I like. Cause
All right.
like,
So well, get one second.
I was on the sidelines watching all this happen.
Any pithy observations, really
Well,
quickly?
the thing is, Andrew said he was going to teach the writers. Like, he didn't teach them the progress chart. He didn't teach them the flat plan, like how.
He didn't teach them your system.
Our system. He didn't have any organizational, anything organized.
Because he doesn't know it?
I don't know if he doesn't know it. He knows it. He knows it. But I don't think he implemented a system at all to organize all these things.
So we're gonna, hold on, we're gonna call him back, but here's where I'm getting at now, is we want the selection of an editor to be a choice, not like two candidates for president that say the same damn thing all the time. So right now, I like this way it's going, because Andrew did something that maybe went wrong, but he tried something. You guys are gonna have to decide whether you like someone that sat here and has some good ideas but didn't try them, someone who tried something and didn't do very well, or our third candidate who's brand new. Suddenly, we got a choice. This is interesting. Can someone get Andrew back in here? We're gonna wrap this up and get to our third candidate. Does this make sense to you guys? Because then you can figure out, we're not just interviewing a candidate, we're talking about bigger things. I hope it's sinking into your brain. We just talked a lot about you behind your back. All right, so we settled that issue. Is there any other questions?
In this issue that we just settled, you were de facto editor in this situation. You've not published yet. If you were to publish tomorrow, would you give that publication, what grade would you give it?
Well, since we don't have.
No, just pretend that everything you have right now is gonna appear in a paper tomorrow. Is the content, there's importance to its design, but fuck it. What I care about is the content. Do you have the content you want? How would you rate it?
B.
And you would rate your job in shepherding this little project.
B.
Do you think the staff that you worked with would give you a B?
I mean, I'd rather hope they give me an A.
Guess what? They're not giving you an A. What grade are they giving you?
It's not an A.
B minus.
Okay, that's all right.
Andrew, where did Wes go wrong? You don't ever hear Wes is going to wrong. Where did he go wrong?
Don't whip out now. The gauntlet's been
You
thrown
gotta own
down.
it,
Sorry,
dude.
Wes.
Just go.
I'm not implying that you went wrong. I'm just asking.
I don't think he had any ideas or how to change things to make things better or any way to actually make the decision to do it. Because
So he had
we,
no ideas and no means of executing things, and he wasn't decisive. Is that what you're
Yes.
saying?
So what grade would you give him?
D plus?
I think that's the lowest ever.
No, Chase the show got it now.
Oh, sorry.
D
Anything
plus.
else? Any other?
I'm curious what you're reading. I mean, like, what are you modeling your journalism on? What are you reading?
Like the way I would run the newsroom or the way I.
No, like publication you wish you could be.
Remember the folders?
Yes.
Remember the disaster of the folders? She's asking you, what are you putting in that folder?
Popular science.
What else?
Other than popular science, maybe popular mechanics. I
Anything that's not popular?
Times.
New York Times.
Times. Yeah.
Oh,
Like Time magazine.
time.
Okay.
Andrew, you're taking matters into your hands at the times. The Jaws cover,
Yes.
it shows initiative, this secret thing. That showed initiative too. So there's no question you can take matters into your own hands from time to time. Reading the comments, somebody said that you're too stubborn for your own good. And you have a reputation for not listening to edits in your own stories, not resisting editing. Is that a quality that the IC should have? Is that going to work against you? Is that critical?
I think the hard-headedness is understood when I'm defending my own ideas and stories. Hard-headed, that would not carry over when, like, it would be more than just myself being affected, like affecting the entire news and not just with one story being done by me. The resistance to edits, some of that is, I realized, because Neil, you brought that up to me that was a thing, and I'm trying to work on that as best as I can. Part of it is also that I feel like some of the people who have edited my articles, that they can't see like the bigger picture or don't have enough knowledge on how to do it to be able to edit it, because there's certain, especially with some of the science articles, because some things will be taken out that I think is absolutely important because of
So they weren't good enough. You're thinking that nobody's good enough to edit you?
no, I didn't say nobody.
Like they don't possess enough.
How many people in the room could edit your stories?
I think Mo could edit. Jillian, I think, was very good
Yeah, I
at
don't need
editing.
names. It's like 1, 2, none.
4 or 5.
How many people, have you talked to people, who would be your second in command here? Have you already figured that out? Were these people gonna work for you after all this?
My second in command, I have 2 people. I've split the managing editor position in half. The way I want to work it, I would have Max Jackson, I don't know where he went, over there, and then Remy Benitez.
So basically, she's asking you have people that agree with you and you can work with.
Yes.
All right, Neil, do you have a question?
I wanted to, Jillian's name came up. 2 people walked out pretty much within minutes of each other. Your whole news editing team found out. The sense I got here was kind of a collective shrug of the shoulders. Like, I think I heard, well,
And I think that was
even
very
in worse
wrong.
situations, is that understandable, or was that the right or wrong reaction?
I think that was a very, very wrong reaction to
How would you handle that differently?
I would have handled it the way that I did when they came in for the meeting, and I pretty much moderated the meeting with all of them, with the 2 of them when they came in, because I immediately came into the newsroom when I saw that, because I thought the situation was handled badly. I thought we shouldn't have just shrugged our shoulders and said, "Oh, well, we can get over it." I think we should have talked to them, asked them to come back, explain
Were they
why.
worth keeping?
Sorry?
Were they worth keeping?
Yes.
Are you going to approach them if you become editor?
If I fix the things that they have problems with, yes, I am going to reach back out to them, but not before I can fix the problems.
If you don't become editor, are you going to stay?
Yes.
Would you do a rogue issue again?
Not if the situation gets fixed, which I think it easily could be.
Are there any, Creighton, any questions from the internet? Before we
There
get back
is
to us?
just another one from Gideon asking, will the newsroom follow your leadership and why?
That's your question, Wes? All right, so the internet has predicted Wes's question. Wes, let's rephrase the question. Wes, this man has attacked you, has called you out in front of all of your peers. You can engage him in direct confrontation here. It's enlightening for the staff, plus it's fun.
Andrew, why should the newsroom follow your leadership if they don't trust that you can write that?
Well, we've had people become editors who were not journalists in any way, shape, or form and didn't know how to write, but they can manage very well. And I think there's always room for improvement. I'm not saying my writing is pristine, as perfect as it can be, because I look back in early writing and I didn't really think it's bad. So I'm sure I'll think the same about my writing now in the future.
Who's the best writer on staff?
And you can say me.
Do you mean writer or reporter? That's just driving me crazy.
Both.
To us, they were both. So you can't really think of one. It's not that obvious in this newsroom. That means that everyone's top shelf and you can't discern who can produce the most pristine copy on deadline?
On deadline?
Well, that's part of being a reporter.
Well, Wesley, what would you rate his writing?
Yeah, that's a good question. That's a good answer.
No, wait, okay. Not a B plus, a C plus. And it's gotten better this semester.
All right, are there questions for Saad as an alumni? Any questions?
This question definitely is, where do you get your stories from, and how do you make sure your editors and your writers are gonna keep getting stories regularly?
Where do I get my stories? Like from the ones that I write?
No, where are you going to get? Where are the stories going to come from?
Oh. Well, one of the things that I want to implement is
Not the thing that you want to implement. Where do they come from now? Where are you going to go to get them?
Or if you name like 3, just make it easy. 3 places where you get stories from.
my science story is part of my ideas that come
Not
from
science.
Not science.
Well, you're running not science editor. You're running for editor.
Yeah, I know, but it's saying where am I getting my stories from?
Where are you going to get
Going to
your
get
stories
your stories from. You're representing the whole paper. Chris wants to know when he was here. He went out and found stories, great stories.
Talk to people.
Who?
Talk to students. See, like, hey,
Which ones?
any kind of.
Where are they going to be?
Are you going to have a beat system?
No. I mean, if
Okay, you said no.
We should move on to
My
Yeah.
question is, how do you increase communication and team building?
I want to cut ed meetings down to 30 minutes so that we're both for people to be talking outside the newsroom. We're forced communication to be more than that, more than just in the ed meeting. Ed meeting should be.
All right, I'll cut the meeting in 30 minutes. Any other questions? Here's what we're going to do. Can you go get Greg, please? And as we're waiting, before I ask you guys what you think, so I want to ask this guy Rich what he thinks of this process, these questions, these guys, and us.
I like the process because it's forces constructive confrontation and engagement.
Well, that makes it sound like we're actually pretty cool.
I didn't say you were cool.
Great.
Don't mistake him.
I'm just saying, this kind of constructive engagement, you know, everyone's being pretty civil. I saw a few singers and a few other things thrown around, but I think it's pretty good. I think that's important to have that kind of, you know, back and forth exchange and, you know, you have to rub hard to get a pearl.
All right. Our third candidate, you guys know how this works at this point. Then we're going to get them all together. Then we're going to talk and vote. We're going to wrap this sucker up. So let's go. This is the newest candidate, Sonia.
What 3 stories would you want to see in your editions of the UP?
The first one I would like to see is it's a kind of an idea of like a battle royale for Boca. Dr. Kelly, or President Kelly, just put out a 10-year plan of how he wants to evolve FAU and create Boca College Town. So I want to do the research around FAU and see what the people of Boca have to say about that.
Okay,
So
that's one.
My second one, I want to highlight the surf club. I know they've competed nationally before, and they have won nationals. So I want to.
All right, profile the surf club. What's the third one?
The third one would be Greek philanthropy and taking a look at it for like how much they raise in a year, the actual, you know.
And then when you get that number, what are you going to do with it?
You know, see the economic impact. And
$187,000. What are you going to do with it?
It's a pretty big number. That's something.
Is it? How do you know it's a big number?
I guess we would have to compare to other schools and see what those schools are doing with their Greek life versus the size of our Greek life and how they compare.
You knew that she was going to ask this question, right? You were prepared for 3 story ideas. What's the fourth?
The fourth, and this is something that's been talked about with some of the other editors.
You knew I was going to ask for a fourth. Go ahead.
So I
Doesn't
don't want
matter
to.
anymore.
I don't want to take full credit for this, but
What's that mean?
that it's not solely my idea.
Well, then I want it to be solely your idea. You're smart. You wouldn't have said that first part.
I believe in giving credit where credit is due.
He came up with 3. Let's move on.
Yeah.
For a
All right,
first-time
come on.
candidate to come up with 3 is
It's
pretty
pretty
amazing.
good, right? Yeah. Oh, be careful.
Next.
You're the new guy on the block, right? How much experience have you had?
I've been here since January, since
Uh-huh.
the open house.
So why do you want to be editor right now?
I have a vision for the UP that I think a lot of people are behind and supporting me.
Okay, that sounds like a politician. Speak like a journalist.
What is your vision?
I want to create a weekly newspaper and a monthly magazine and daily web.
So right now it's bi-weekly, so you want to do issue every week, plus a magazine once a month,
Yes.
plus daily online.
Yes.
Are you going to be able to afford that? Isn't that the question?
Neil's asking one of those kind of questions.
I'm sorry, what was the?
He wants to do a weekly
I
paper.
was thinking my next
That's
question.
okay. He wants to do a weekly paper
And a monthly magazine.
and a monthly
Right.
magazine. Can you afford that? Have you asked this question about the money?
I have gotten some quotes from Goretzky and Neil with regards to how much it would be.
I didn't give you a quote.
No, sorry, Sun. Can't remember the name.
Suncoast.
Suncoast.
He did ask me and Neil to put him in touch with a printer.
And I did forward a past quote to him that we just happened to have in our email.
Okay, so why is it important to change the publication schedule?
I think right now with what we have as a biweekly magazine, it's a lot of content to put together. There's a lot more that goes into design, and you know we have found ourselves rushing through design and missing minor details. The page numbers were wrong on the last story. You know, it's little things like that. That I think with more time and creating a monthly magazine, will allow to.
Yeah, but you're also publishing weekly? So that's more publication.
That'll be 5 publications instead of 2.
Right, so you're gonna have less time, right?
Yep. I actually have 2 calendars. So this would be how we would work for a weekly publication.
Oh, we even have these deadlines. Okay,
And then the other one is for the monthly. So that for weekly publication, it's about a week and a half. And then for monthly calendar, it's about a 6-week.
So Greg, you want to go weekly,
Yes.
you want a monthly magazine,
Yes.
you want to maintain web.
Yes.
We have 2 balls up in the air right now, that's a challenge. You put 3 balls up in the air, and then one of those balls would be going up and down a lot faster than it was before, weekly. How are you gonna sustain that? How would you make all of that happen with the manpower? I'm sorry, manpower with power.
Well, I think there's a need to definitely recruit more writers, and
So you need more bodies.
yes.
How are you gonna recruit?
Well, prior to recruiting, there is a practicum class that I've talked to Tom O'Hara, who's going to be the professor for it. A little bit about details, just how many students are going to be in the class, how he wants to run that class, and how that can benefit us. But that class is not something I want to rely on. That's something that I want to have a steady stream of content because he's going to.
Where are you gonna-
on beats.
Where are you getting the person? Where are you getting the? How are you going to get bodies
So
for your
how am I
balls?
recruiting new people? So this is something I talked about with Neil and Wes earlier in the semester is why are we just going to journalism colleges and English colleges and I believe
Where else do you want to go?
I want to go to business colleges, nursing colleges, so we have people in those colleges who can come to us with stories of what's going on. There was I think it was
They're going to do the stories. They're going to give you the stories.
they can do both. They can give us stories and
Who's
write
going to
the
go to these
stories.
classes?
I feel like we have enough able bodies.
Would you go?
Sorry?
That's what he wants to know. Would you go?
Yes, I would go.
How much have you written this semester?
I've written 8 stories online and 2 for print, and a third is going to print.
Do you know the numbers? Just a shot in the dark here. Not really expecting an answer. How many stories does the UP run per week, both print and web? An average week. Give me a realistic number.
Print can vary between 4, I would say 4 and 6.
All right.
And then web, we can see, I've seen 3 stories budgeted a day for web, but in a week it could be, sometimes there's 2, so I think probably around 10, 11.
I think we're going to count whoever wins going to get a cookie. All right. Any other questions, please?
What grade would you give his writing?
To be honest.
We expect.
I'm really not giving him a grade, Wes, so you can just.
he will still graduate.
Wes is
Wes
a
is-
good
What should Wes say?
You're not stroking out of it,
Really
are
good
you?
at making decisions.
Okay, you gave Emily a B.
Yes.
You gave Andrew C+. So based off those 2,
Greg would be slightly higher than that, so it'd be mine. And that's not bad considering he's only been here a few months.
Greg, why return to newsprint? Explain, some people told me they haven't heard the reason behind that. You could just try to go weekly with the magazine. What do you accomplish? What are you doing by going back to newsprint for part of the piece?
I think it'll help to create a broader presence on campus so that more people can.
How does newsprint create a broader presence?
Because if we have weekly and magazine, there's 2 different entities, but still tied into one.
Right, but newsprint, just doing that versus doing a weekly magazine. Why is the newsprint vehicle
'Cause I think there's a-
non-glossy? Why does that, what do you achieve there?
I think there's enough stories that go on in a week that we need to be covering. And so,
I'm not sure I'm hearing the answer to that there. Why that format? Does someone else want to chime in on that?
Well, isn't newsprint cheaper? Can't
Yes,
afford a
it is
weekly
cheaper.
magazine. We used to have a weekly magazine. We didn't have the money. Is that-
But you just mean a hard copy of anything, right?
Well, I'm just talking about the newsprint, right, versus a glossy magazine.
Oh, okay.
The news,
So let me ask you a question, because you're all sick and screwed, and I'm beginning to really hate your guts. So there's designers here. They don't want to go back to newsprint. They love the gloss. They crave it. Photographers. I hate photographers. You're gonna tell these people that they have to go back to newsprint? How are you gonna do that? What if they don't like you?
We have to, that's why I'm proposing we have the best of both worlds.
So you're kind of throwing them a bone, a monthly magazine.
I wouldn't call it a bone. I think it's still a project that they would want to work on.
Okay. Question, you are running for editor this young, this new. Does that mean that you don't like the way things are going now?
No.
Really?
You like the way you're going now, and you still want to be editor.
They can see that.
I honestly, I have a lot of respect for Wes, and I think he's done a good job.
What about respect you have for Andrew and Emily?
I have respect for them as well.
So then I'm gonna vote for them and I don't need to vote for you.
What grade would you give Wes? Since he gave you a B minus.
This is, I feel like this is hard for me to answer because I've never
Well,
been
that's
here.
hard to be a leader. And please just answer the question.
I'd give him a B. A B.
What's keeping him from being an A?
His lack of decisive decisions.
Okay, those
Decisive decisions.
other decisions are really bad.
What about Andrew and Emily? Why shouldn't I vote for them for editor? You're new. Why should I vote for the new person? You're one of the other candidates said, "Oh, Greg got most of the staff votes because he's the shiny new thing, and he hasn't been around long enough to piss people off yet." And all good leaders piss people off.
Maybe that's what the newsroom needs is someone who's new.
Why?
How can they trust you? Because the UP has put someone in charge before, someone very new in charge, and that person ended up spelling Hillary Clinton, Barack Obama, and Rudy Giuliani's
And don't forget the other new guy that
in one
embezzled the money.
sentence, in the same sentence on the cover. So how can they? How do
It was
you?
funny.
Say how can the staff trust you being so new? What have you done? What have you given them in this too much?
I think I've shown them that I'm obviously committed. I'm willing to work hard, and I am here on a daily basis.
Well, you're all committed, or should be. You all work hard. Just answer the question directly. Why should they vote for you over the other?
Yeah, what makes you better? What's the better plan here? Why are you a better?
I think I think there needs to be a new face for the UP.
Why?
Because people don't like how things are run now.
But you said you liked how things are running, and you like the other two candidates. So you like everybody, but you want to take over. So why do you want to take over if you like everybody? What'd you say?
I'm Canadian. What can I say?
Well, in Canada.
Ooh, you gotta give me something to blame for. But it's not how I would run it. I think everyone has their own opinion of how they would run something.
But you liked it. So if you like the way things are going,
There's things that I
why
do like,
change
and there's
anything?
things that I don't like.
What don't you like?
Lack of decision making.
What don't you like about the other two candidates? They might be your boss.
Can you name a particular decision that you didn't like that you did not make?
All right, good question.
This is something that I talked with Tom O'Hara about as well. Is there was a editors meeting where he came in actually to speak.
Hey, you want to talk? Just go outside. You can come in and out. We don't get crap.
There is an editors meeting where he came in to speak actually to the class and to our general meeting, and he didn't get the chance to speak because people were deliberating over what to do about ads. An editor chief needs to have a strong foot and needs to say, this isn't either we can address this later, or this is what we're gonna do. This is how we're gonna do it.
What's another decision? Give us another example quickly.
Any content decisions that you did not
cover stories.
Explain.
For my first issue or my first article that went to print, there was a huge debate between my article and someone else's article.
Whose?
Andrew's. Regarding sharks.
And what was the right decision in your mind?
I obviously
Your
I was
story
gonna
was what?
put
What was
one
your
point. It was a story regarding budget cuts
Okay.
with regards to the university.
All right, I got it. Budget
So
cuts
what didn't
versus
you like?
sharks on the cover, and
Right.
who won?
I did.
Okay.
And what didn't you like about the decision you won?
And no, what I didn't like about it is how he went about it.
Who?
It was. There was a lot more deliberation about it than needed to be.
So there's going to be less deliberation under a Greg Cox administration.
I would say less, but there will still be deliberation. I think
So,
there's
how many cover stories have you written?
2.
And this is your first semester?
Yes.
You've been here 2 months, you've already written 2 cover stories?
Yes.
Greg, how would you approach Training.
I actually have.
Do we need training? More training?
I think there is a need for training, but not just training, but structure. So along with the calendars that I gave out, I had a writing kind of training workshop. And again, these are just drafts. These aren't, super specific, super detailed.
Creative, a training workshop.
I don't know if it'd be a training workshop or more of just like a lesson plan, something that we can show.
I'm gonna interrupt because you have coaches for this plan are Wes, Block, Creighton. So your writing coaches are the people that already work here that you think you're better than?
I don't recall ever saying I thought I was better than them.
You're not better than them.
I didn't say that either.
Well,
Okay.
Either you are or you
I
aren't, go with it.
I feel politician. That's what I feel from you. Like you're this slick politician trying to, get one over on us.
You're going to have a writing workshop, and the writing,
There's a
the train. We don't care about photographers. You're going to have a writing workshop. Sorry, you're going to have a writing workshop, and the people you're going to be training are the students that are already here. They're going to train how to do professional writing. Those are the people you're going to ask.
Yes.
What are Neil and I? Chop liver?
No.
Yes.
You want your big idea is to have students that aren't as good writers as you are, according to you, train these people, your staff, on how to write. Why?
Because they're still good writers.
Are they? How do you know that?
Because I've read Wes's stories.
What if I tell you they're not good writers?
What do you read? What 3 publications do you read right now?
I follow a lot on Twitter.
Yeah, Twitter's not a publication. What's a publication?
I follow Palm Beach Post. I follow Sun Sentinel. I like to read New
Is
York.
following the same as reading? I don't know what you're reading.
Yeah,
I have lots of followers.
That's what I
That's
see.
they read.
That's what I
Tell
see.
her the last news story that you read.
Follow.
I was reading a story.
You can't remember the last news story that you read. Tell me the last thing that you read.
I read an article on Box about how the U.S. doesn't use the metric system like 2 other countries.
Okay. What was the best story of the year? Of the
In
semester?
the UP.
In the UP.
I really liked Joe Sway's wage gap story.
What story?
Wage gap story. It was a story in our women's issue actually, and it's gotten
The one that everyone else hated.
Okay. Oh, the women's issue, yes.
What was the worst story?
Andrew's recent hackathon story.
Well, hasn't come out yet.
Oh, no, it's online.
It's on the web, right?
Why was it the worst?
He didn't get last names. He guessed on ages. He didn't confirm that someone was hated last names. He did?
They specifically stated they didn't want their last names used, which is in the story.
Check your facts.
Ooh, that's
Well,
bad.
this is from. These are just notes that I left on his article. That he didn't have names, so I haven't read it. I guess since it went.
Well, I think you saw it originally and then later on Andrew clarified.
What about Emily Block's gift-laden bonfire story?
That was
September.
I'm just asking what you thought about it.
Wait, when was
Talking
that?
about writing.
September.
I asked her this semester. Did she
Yeah.
give a story from last semester?
Guess so.
Well, that would be impressive.
Sabrina wants to clarify in 10 seconds or less.
I just looked at online how many stories she's had this semester. She had one which was posted today.
Emily did?
Yes, Emily Block only had one story all semester and it's posted today.
Well, I guess it was good that she got it before the editor's lunch.
Isn't it?
We shouldn't even talk about that.
It's not even MMA. It's like.
All right. Whatever. Neil.
Right, you guys see. You discovered there are a bunch of staffers behind your back. It met plotting a secret issue. How would you view that? Would you see any good in that? Would this be a sign they want to demonstrate something to you? They want to deliver a message to you. There's some problem with the way things are going at the UP, and they want to use this issue as a vehicle to sort of express themselves. Is that a good thing because they're showing initiative, passion, doing something kind of creative, they're being ballsy, brazen, Or B, is that an affront to your authority? Is that a bad thing? To do
I would
that?
consider it a bad thing.
Second,
I would consider it a bad thing.
explain why.
Because what made them feel that they couldn't come to me with this issue idea?
So because they wouldn't have you in the loop on this, you would have a problem with this.
What would you do about it? You hear about it, what would you do?
I would probably cut it and contemplate.
What if it was good?
If it was good, then I would tell them to run for EIC next semester.
But you'd still cut it.
Would you reprimand them in any way?
It depends.
Well, what does it depend on?
It depends what their intent was.
Who cares
How are
what
you
their
gonna
intent
find?
is?
Well, I don't know. Do you want to find out what their intent is?
Yeah.
And how do you? So I think we've missed a step. Are you going to talk to these people first, or what's going to happen?
After I hear about the,
You hear, yeah, and you hear this rumor, and you.
I would confront them about it.
What's the purpose of the UP?
I think it's a great outlet for providing news to students.
Providing news to students.
So what if this special issue provides news to students?
Then I would ask him why he was devoting so much time to that versus.
Because I don't like you, that's why. I did it because I don't like you. Here it is, it's all done. I don't like you and your shiny suit and your Canadianness. So I did this issue with all these other new people, and it's awesome. So what are you gonna do now, pal, huh?
You have an issue, but I'm not going to print it.
You're not gonna print it?
No.
Why?
Because I don't agree with it. You went behind my back.
But it's good.
Then take it to someone else
But, and you just said that what the purpose of the UP is.
to provide news to students.
It's providing news to students. Why aren't you gonna run it?
Because it's, I don't know.
Here's the other answer. The other answer to the question, what is the UP, is it provides news to students, and it is a training opportunity for the
agree with that.
students here to, learn how to survive in journalism world.
That's something, I definitely agree with that, and that's something I want to emphasize when we are talking to other students in other colleges. If you want an internship, you're gonna have a great advantage having articles, which is articles published, which they can do here.
All right, that's nice. Yeah.
He has his hand up.
He's going
Oh, well,
nuts.
all right, so Matt, can we ask questions of these guys? Go ahead.
Why are we treating a group of people that work with us going above and beyond, come up with a product that we're already not coming up with, like a coup, and it's a bad thing, it's something that needs reprimand?
Because why did they feel that they had to go around in order to produce that?
They sensed the problem, and they, instead of talking
That's the
about
question you
this
need to
issue,
ask them, not
they
decide before it's asked.
went above and beyond, and instead of saying, hey, here's a problem, they said, hey, here's a solution.
Why don't they come to me?
Because you weren't getting the job done.
Okay,
They
well,
also
so we've
didn't
had
know-
this
But
debate.
if I don't know what the issue.
Time out. I'm now ruling
They
this
said
world.
she fell
Hush,
on his face.
everybody.
Sonya's taking over.
I'm done with this. He has this answer. If you disagree with him, y'all can go have drinks afterwards, and when you have a coup, party hard. So, but that that's how he thinks he's going to answer it, at least for now. So we're not going to. Our job here is not to convince him that he's wrong
It was just to
or
get an
right.
answer, and then we got
It's
the
to
answer.
get to an answer.
Are there any
So
other
there we
relevant
are.
questions? Mohammed, then we'll go internet.
How many issues do we print now, and how many average viewership do we get on our website?
There's about 10,000 people who are on our website within a week. Correct me if I'm wrong. And we print about 4,000 issues at, I think, a price, Murphy says 1,600.
So a second follow-up, why would you want to go to newsprint if we have low returns, like high returns right now? I think it's about 40% average. Why would we go back to newsprint when we have more viewership in web? Why would you want to focus on print a lot more than web?
I would provide exclusive content to web and more, something a quicker read that readers can pick up in the newspaper, if they're waiting for, the next class or something.
All right. Any questions from the internet before we get back to Max?
Yeah, Gideon says, how can UP improve its relationship with SG?
I think I've already started that. I currently have contacts, so I talked to, actually I was just talking to in there. Casey Martin, Chris Ferreira, Catherine Edmonds.
What do you think Gideon means when he says improve relations with SG?
Have them come to us with, with issues that they see. And
It's important that we get along with them, isn't it?
it is, but I still think we have to hold them accountable.
So how do you get along with people you have to hold accountable?
I've had, actually, Casey Martin was in here the other night when I was working, and he said, and I don't, hopefully he's not listening, but I don't trust what he says as he is a politician. But he said, if I mess up, you're the first one who's gonna know.
Have you caught anyone messing up? Since you've
not-
been here, have we caught anyone messing up in SG?
Not yet,
So
but
we really haven't tested that hypothesis?
So the UP hasn't held SG accountable at all this semester for anything.
we did. We held them accountable for budget cuts.
We
as
did?
well as, sorry?
How did we hold them accountable? What did they do wrong?
I guess it wasn't a wrongdoing, but it's something that they had to do. And
What's the definition of holding someone accountable then?
Essentially pointing the finger.
Pointing a finger?
Not pointing the finger, but saying, this person did this.
How do we do reporting on that though, right? So Jason he's a little interested in this topic because he did hold SG accountable. And I think he might be having a couple questions for you about this. No? You don't want to know
I'm
what that
curious
means?
if we're gonna do beat reporting.
I personally like beat reporting. I think it's something that can really benefit, the news.
Are you going to have, to answer her question, are you going to have beats or not?
I think within here,
Yes. Well, where else would you have them?
in the practicum, Tom O'Hara.
So no beats at the UP, but in the practice.
Wait, what do you mean, beats in a practical?
They're going to have a practicum class, and I guess they're going to have beats in the class.
And then they're gonna feed him stories possibly to fuel his
Sort of like Dalen did for us?
Yeah.
Sort of, yeah. Only more formalized.
All right, any other questions from staff? Max Jackson?
Following up on Rose Webb's comments, with your weekly newsprint and monthly magazine, how do you plan on, where are you going to get the people to have different content on print and web? That's a lot of content.
let's define a lot of content.
More.
Do you think that's a lot of content?
I believe it is, but I don't think I believe we're also capable of putting out that much content.
Do you think you need more people to do more content? How much
Yes.
content are you producing? You think you need more people to produce more content? How much content are you guys producing currently? What did we say?
4 to 20
6
a week?
Let me ask a question. Let me phrase the question. Let me phrase the question this way. Sonia, today, how many blog posts did you write for the Palm Beach Post?
Well, today just one, but this week 10.
One person, obviously you guys got a good class, but she's got a family to raise, and she wrote 10. So her question is, how many people do you need to produce content? If this is indeed a training ground and you're training
Different and unique
right.
content.
Yes, this was different and unique content. Yes.
I think
How many bodies do you need?
we could do it. No, I think we no. Disagree.
You have all that information in your hand. You have all the numbers, and you say you're going to produce more content. Obviously, in there must be a plan for how many people you need. How many? That's the number.
I don't think there's any shortage of, or there's no maximum amount of people we have pitching us stories, but it's hard to motivate people with, when they don't see,
Okay, I really asked my question.
Hold on, so
I'm-
you want to do everything you want to do with the people already seen. Is what you're saying.
I want more. I want more
He's
people.
saying he needs more people.
We're kind of saying maybe he doesn't. Are there any other questions from the students? I'm sorry, no, go ahead, Wes.
Who is your news editor and your managing editor? People?
My managing editor would be Remy, and I would have.
Why?
I feel that Remy and I balance each other out
Who's
very well.
Remy? Who's Remy?
How long has Remy been?
Remy's been mentioned a lot.
A year.
You asking me or telling me?
A year.
What about the other candidates? What's their position? What's Wes's position in your new administration?
I asked Wes actually if he would be my news editor, but he declined. So I believe he would want to be a senior writer or senior editor, right? As we discussed.
Any other questions? Prasad, do you want to ask a question?
The other two candidates had a really good answer to this one. Can you give me in about 20 seconds or less what the most confrontational interview you ever had was this semester?
It was an interview with Patrick, and it was with Dr. Corey King. Patrick's right here.
Another writer. You remember you're talking to people that don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
So I mean that you and him both interviewed someone?
Yes. Dr. Corey King, and it was with regards to the budget cuts.
What was the confrontational aspect?
It was just he was trying to give us more of a PR kind of runaround, and we had to break through and.
You made a really great story that said
that budget cuts are coming, and it's going to affect all of student life.
Greg, who's your news editor? You didn't answer.
I've contacted Jillian.
To bring her back? To bring her back, or?
Yes, she said to get back with an answer.
Okay.
So you don't have one right now?
As of right now, no.
Okay.
Have we addressed the fallback plan for printing? Do you have a fallback plan if this idea to get Learfield Sports to sell ads for the UP, if that doesn't happen, and let's go on our past sales question, how are you going to pay for printing all this stuff?
I think in here we can establish our own advertising group.
So you would create an in-house?
Yes.
What are you
staffers?
What are you basing that on?
What do you mean?
We can create our own in-house. Do you know that that's been tried twice before and failed miserably?
I've heard it's failed, and I heard.
So what are you going to do different?
I would probably contact those people who tried and failed and see what they did.
They tried and they failed.
And learn from their failures. I've also reached out to.
So you'll fail in new ways.
Why do you think you can succeed where no one else has?
I've reached out to actually the SMU Daily Campus, and they are a completely independent newspaper.
All right, that's a good answer. Okay, so you did do something. Like you talked. All right, because just by the way, a lot of these questions that seem like they're real specific, they have a higher purpose. So the question I asked you about advertising is directly related to your training program. Do you know how?
Asking people about that I don't know. Like if I don't have.
You're asking writers who haven't done it professionally to train your staff on professional writing. You're asking people who couldn't sell advertising to help you sell advertising. You're not necessarily shooting high enough as a leader. That's the whole point of that. Are there any other questions? Because here's what we're going to do. Because it's now almost 4 o'clock. We're going to take a 10-minute break. We're going to get everyone back here. Half of you won't show up again after going to the bathroom. That's fine. But when we get all 3 candidates back together, we're going to talk to them together really briefly. Then these guys are going to vote out loud. And then we're going to see who the winner of the fake editor selection is, which is usually the winner of the real editor selection. The good thing is the candidates, they can learn from this and do better in the real one. So we're going to break for 10 minutes. That's it. Repeat.
They used to have food at these things.
Yeah, they got sheep on them.
I'm very.
No. Well, I asked Wes to get food, and he's not very good at decisions.
Thanks, Wes.
As we see.
I guess
What?
you could.
That's why
I guess you couldn't decide.
There's a special issue with like, no decisions. No decisions. He sits there weeks and weeks and weeks. I
Oh, God, that's a mess.
What do you think?
Outside this house. Another process. I love your read that, and he has a little legacy.
Right, yeah, and it's like, okay, you wanna be a
And you try to
newspaper,
tell
it's
it
like
at the
what?
time, and it's like, you know, what do you do?
Well, that's right. That's right.
That's really exciting.
I don't know, but when you were, when I was in school, I was reading the Orlando Sentinel, Sentinel, Miami Herald, Seaton Times. I was reading all of those things. We're voracious readers of that, and also reading the Chronicle of Higher Education. Because that was where you get like, okay, is our school one of the ones that's paying the XYZ guy too much money? I wish the last guy had more experience. I kind of freaked out by that.
On paper, yes.
Did anyone ever get you a story? I forwarded your email on.
Had a big idea.
God, he's the most researched person I've seen in like 20 years. So you actually had an idea and had a plan. Do I think his plan's gonna work? No, I don't think that plan's gonna work. Do I think he cares? Yes, he's showing a higher level of engagement than Emily.
This is why not.
Pretty this is fine.
I kind of like the idea that he tried on him.
Andrew, not Andrew. Greg.
Yeah, he tried.
Andrew.
But
But it failed miserably. And I'm not sure he got that, I don't think he was connected enough to make it
Yeah, that's not what I would do.
No, most folks actually.
No, I know, like, you wouldn't something ask.
Andrew's would be okay with it. But he ignored our advice last time to go out of his mouth.
yeah, it was pretty fun. I think it's something.
I'm not sure.
Turf field.
Right.
Yeah.
Sometimes just like an hour, half an hour.
Like how big is the time you guys have to edit?
So, first of all, in some laws, we don't get a close edit. Some laws are you're flying by the seat of your pants, and then you have the other reporter to look at it or something. But we've been doing this for a very long time. So that's why if you have more information. And then each like I'm in a team of writers, there's like 7 of us. And we have 2 editors. And those are content editors, and then there's also a copy editor that reads. There's a team of copy editors, but it gets copy edited by one editor. And then also, that's in-house, and then it goes to we have a chain of newspapers, so we have another copy desk that handles copy and layout for all 4 papers, and they give us read on.
Do you guys assign copy editors to specific people, or just whatever you do?
I think that is like so many steps removed from me. I'm not sure how our brains but I think they're assigned by section. Like if you're writing listening, they read stories. Newspaper or business, they also make the and then they probably have a few papers like a section and then these.
I'm trying to like get that's our copy section.
And also trying to spend on a story, like my direct editor, I'd say maybe spend half an hour on my stories, but I haven't been telling stories. So when I feel that sometimes as the editor, I've spent, an hour and sent it back to you written, but on the first line, and it's bubbles for that. Like, we're gonna have a story that's in 2 days. Okay. Kind of like what you need to do or on a daily thing. This speed is no good. Work on a second, maybe you fix it.
It's a 10-second delay. Yeah, I see that. All right. Thank you. I appreciate
Before we come back to the editor selection, I would like to recognize your former art director, Michelle Friswell. These are awards. It is award season. Stand up. The SBJ Mark of Excellence Contest. Finalists to Michelle Friswell and Wesley Wright for the football special issue for Best Student Magazine. So here's what this means. This is how this contest works. It's a national contest. So what they do is each region picks a winner, and that winner goes on to a national contest. So this is the Best Student Magazine for Florida, Georgia, Alabama, and South Carolina. So that means they even beat out the Alligator, the largest student newspaper. I have very mixed feelings about this.
Just conflicted.
So now what happens is, in the next month, their football issue is going to be judged against 11 other special issues. And one will be first place in the country. The UP has won lots of regional awards, only won a few national ones. You guys might win that. Congratulations.
Just saying.
Each of them has half the certificate. Also, Dylan Boucher won for online in-depth reporting.
Good job.
So Dylan's not here, but he won.
Show the camera. There you go.
For what story?
For his Clariac story, which was news reporting. Basically, all the police reports on camp. News wins every time. All right, so we have the three candidates here together. We don't have to ask them all the same question.
They should all sit on this couch together.
Oh, do whatever the hell you want.
Three's Company
Go ahead.
Oh dear.
Oh my god.
So the idea is to ask questions where you want all three candidates here. So here's an example of how you would ask a question with all three
I
candidates.
just need to address something.
Oh, please, go ahead.
Emily first. Where someone during the break looked at research and said you only actually did one story this semester.
Oh.
And the bonfire story that we asked about was actually from last semester. Is that correct?
Oh, yeah, you're right, actually. That's August, so, or September, right? Yes.
So let's answer the question again.
Okay.
Your best story that you wrote this semester.
This semester. I did a lot of freelance work this semester, so I'm guilty of not writing enough for the UP. I edited a lot, but.
Do you want to hear? Do you want to hear about?
Okay.
Do you want to hear about our freelance work, or you don't care about
Or
that?
do you not care?
What's your freelance work?
I freelance for New Times, Broward New Times, and I do a lot of music coverage for them. Preview stories, review stories, interviews. Different stories.
So it seems like you have experience writing, you're just not using that experience here.
I use it more on the editing side of things rather than my own clips. I've been helping a lot of the other writers rework their stories and make them stronger. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Yes, granted, I should have gathered more clips here, but I'd like to help others as well.
Okay.
Take a minute.
Yeah. All right. So let me ask a question of you, Greg. In talking amongst the selection panel out of the sunshine, it's obvious you got a lot of great ideas, but maybe you're a little too slick and political. So I want you right now to tell me why you're better than these two people. If I got to vote, I got to know why I should be voting for you over them.
I do have leadership experience, and I think I've shown everyone in here my passion for the UP.
Yes, that doesn't answer the question. Because that's why you're awesome. I'm asking why you're better than these guys. You have to
I'm
compare and contrast.
I'm here on a daily basis, and
They're not?
not as much. Andrew more so than Emily.
Well, I feel compelled to vote for you now because that was really rousing. What?
No, I'm willing to compromise. Just something that I don't see Andrew able to do.
What about Emily?
Emily can compromise
So why should I vote for you over Emily?
because I'm here more.
So I should vote for. So I should take my vote and vote for the person who's around more.
I think there needs to be more of the presence of
That's. This is your opportunity to convince us. You're telling me the reason I should vote for you over Emily is you will hear more, and the reason I should vote for you over Andrew is that you compromise more. That's your best play.
Asked and answered. Let's
Yep,
move
you're
on.
right. No, I'm sorry, you're right.
What?
Anything else? You wanna-
No.
Anybody, any other
Really,
questions?
assure the newsroom one more time that you can be here. Because I personally don't think the EIC needs to be here every day, but they think you need to be here a lot.
I agree. I think presence is important, and I understand that concern. I've already talked to Kerensky about my current internship, and if I were to become EIC, I'd be leaving that internship after being there for a year. So I'd be bringing knowledge from that job as social media coordinator over here and helping implement some of that.
But the other stuff is still on the table, the band and
I mean, I'm in the Miami Heat band. Yes, we have performances at night, 2 or 3 a month, depending on home games. But basketball season's over, guys. So yeah, I'm around.
Let me ask you a question. Why should I vote for you over these two? Give me a succinct answer. Somebody.
Okay. Andrew is passionate, but he's only had one position here. And I think there's still some issues with him being closed-minded at times. Greg is new and really well-liked, but I think that he hasn't been in a position to be disliked yet because he only has been a contributor. And I think he has really good intuition, but there's still time to build on that. I'm not saying I'm the best at any particular job, but I know how to make relationships and broker what I need to be done. I've been here long enough and had different positions. I've live tweeted when Saunders scandals broke out.
Okay. Ask and answer.
I've gotten my hands dirty.
All right, Andrew, why should I vote for you over these two sitting next to you?
Comparing to Greg, I think I have a lot more knowledge of how the room works, how the different things work, and how the different parts of the newsroom work, the business part of it, the money part of it, the history of what we've done and what's failed and what's worked. I've talked to 4 of the ex-EICs to make sure I know what things have worked and how things have worked out, good or bad.
Like you're telling me why you're great, tell me why you're better.
Because I don't think he has enough experience or knows anything about how the newsroom works intricately.
Why are you better than Emily Bott?
I'm more, I mean, over the last semester, she has
Being here again is important.
being here and actually contributing and doing things and being part of the discussion.
What do they know?
What's about this closed-minded? I mean, like you seem, I think you've been described a couple times now as closed-minded, and yeah. So, how would you think that's going to work for you, or you think that's accurate?
I think I stick to my opinion on something on a subject. If I would be in the EIC position, that hard-headedness would be coming from a different angle, because it wouldn't be me being hard-headed about my opinion on like my own story or something. It would be I wouldn't have that same opinion when it had to do with the whole newsroom as a whole being affected by my decision, not just me arguing for like an edit for a paragraph in my story or something.
So to be clear, you don't think the stubbornness is a personality?
No, I think it just has to do with my work.
Wait, Emily.
Yes.
You've already said that you have a lot of freelance work, internships, all this stuff. So why do you want to be editor of this paper?
I've been here this long and I'm still not going anywhere. Even if either of these people get selected, I would still be around as a senior editor.
Yeah, but why do you want to be editor?
Because I want to help other people get where I've been. I've been able to get freelance work and journalism jobs, not through the journalism
You can do that
classes
without
I've
being
taken
editor.
here.
Why do you want to be editor?
Not through the classes I've taken here, because I
But why
only
do you want to
started
be editor?
because I want to help other people gather what I have. I think I have leadership abilities and good ideas for this magazine. I want to bring it back to where it was when I started here, a weekly magazine, and I've seen that work, and I want to make
But
it
you
work
had an
again.
opportunity to help as you're in your position this semester.
Yeah, but I couldn't change the infrastructure and make it a weekly magazine either. I think that's something an editor needs to make the call on.
But whether it's weekly or bi-weekly or monthly, what matters is the content.
Yes,
So you could do a daily and have shitty content.
that's true. I think I've worked with writers in this room and helped them become stronger and edit them, and I would like to further that.
Okay, I have a question for it. So I guess there was a discussion about your shark story versus your budget story going on the section front. What would you have put? What would you have put on the front?
I would have put the thing on the front that I think would attract the most attention and interest from students. I didn't think.
Well, which one would that be?
My shark story.
So you would have gone with the shark story or the budget story?
Yes.
Right.
Even if,
All right, so
I'm not saying I agree with them.
I know, I didn't.
Max.
Obviously.
Something that's very important with this shark story thing is he went out and designed a cover and had it ready to go. He wasn't he's not a photographer.
Yeah, I don't care.
It was beautiful, and he went above and beyond.
But this is the better story.
It's
Like, was the shark story time sensitive?
No.
So it could have been held for the next issue?
But his was.
That's the point I made.
All right, just checking.
All right, so here's what we're gonna do. Before these guys vote, I'm gonna ask Chris Prasad as an alum to tell me what he, what?
I was thinking if anyone on the internet also has questions.
Oh, was there, oh, that's a good point. Creighton's not here.
Yes, he is.
Oh, yeah, sorry, you moved. I didn't know that. I'm not very good with light spatial ratio. Are there any other questions from the internet?
Twitter questions.
Internet?
First off, from Lulu, she says, I have one for all three candidates.
All right.
If you had to vote for one candidate besides yourself, who would it be and why?
All right. Let's start. Know what we're gonna do? We're gonna make this fun. Start with Greg.
Cool.
Why?
She's experienced and I can see myself working well with her.
All right. Block. Stroking out like Wes over here? What's going on?
Greg.
Greg?
Greg.
Why?
I like Andrew, but the hard-headedness scares me away a little bit just because I've edited you before and I've seen that. So I would
Okay.
probably need more.
Okay,
That's an answer. Andrew.
Emily,
Why?
she has much more experience and knows how the newsroom works after being here for 3 years.
Great. Good question, Lulu. Next question.
Okay, we have a few from Dan Sweeney.
Oh,
Specifically
yay.
for Greg, though.
Okay.
Hi, Sweeney.
He said, so given funding constraints and print costs, how does Greg propose to pay for weekly paper, monthly mag, etc.?
Greg, really quickly, please.
That's something that I don't know off the top of my head. I do have quotes and ideas of
He does not know.
Okay, the second one, does Greg have a recruiting plan for advertising staff, a training plan?
Yes, I have someone who's already interested in working as a head ad guy. He's an international banking student and actually my roommate. I have a lot of faith in him to be able to sell.
All right.
That's it.
Any other questions from the, oh, those are good questions. All right, so here's what we do. Before these guys vote, I want to know how other people would vote. So you will have an opportunity, if you want to, you don't have to, if you want to tell these guys who you would vote for and why they should vote for your favorite candidate, you may. I'd like to start off with Chris Prasad, who's one of the alum. When you have alum in here, it's always a good idea. He ran for editor before himself. Chris, what would you want to tell these guys? What's your analysis on these three candidates?
Andrew ran that coup d'etat kind of issue, right? And even though it seems like everybody thinks it was a failure, they seem to have a lot of respect for you in the way that you at least handled the huge failure as apparently was. And the other thing is here is they're saying you're very hard-headed. That you would pick the shark story over the buttercup story, which I think is way more newsworthy than the shark story. I want to know what it's now. So if you get this job and if you're so hard-headed, expect a coup. Otherwise, start to get better judgments. And hopefully the staff and Kerensky and any alum or any other people you reach out to, whichever you will help you learn how to decide. So because of those reasons, because I hope you will learn to hard-headedness and failures, I'll go for you, Emily. I didn't really understand what kind of ideas you had. It was very specific. Greg, you wore a suit to this job interview, which I think turned a lot of people off, especially me.
what about his substance?
He's Canadian. I think that you have some ideas, but if you're here, and hopefully you'll become less polished. I really do like your ideas about trying to get money to pay for a week. Well, I think what feeling glad. Stick around longer, don't get scared off. Hopefully you'll be better.
So who'd you vote for?
Andrew.
That would be a vote for Andrew if he was voting.
Can we hear from the
I was about to say, Rich, do you want to voice an opinion or not?
Knowledge is power. I don't have enough knowledge, and I'm not. There's a lot invested in here, and I'm not
You don't
Who am
have
I? We legalized marijuana. What do we know?
A lot.
Yes, we did. Microsoft calling in Starbucks. Let me tell you.
Do you have any observation you would want to tell these guys before they speak up?
No, I want to let, no, I want the
Okay,
process.
fair enough. All right, so students, lobby these guys. If you have a favorite candidate, make your pitch to these voters.
Oh, one last question.
Oh, good. Or that.
How would you work the other two student hours on TV now radio?
Yeah, I'm surprised you weren't asking that question earlier.
Yes, I was waiting for all of them for this.
Good thinking. Good question.
I've worked with Andy before, so I know Andy trying to get a radio show. That's great. So how would you work with TV?
With TV, I mean, we've tried before, and that's definitely something else we could build on, of having them, like, you know, news, things like that, complement stories that we have, or, I know we started already, I'm not updated on how it's been going, but I know that Wes and Jillian went on TV and we're doing, like, news broadcasts with them, and I think that'd be a good way to continue that, keep that relationship going.
Again, as Andrew said, we've started the relations, and I think we just need to keep reinforcing them. You guys worked together yesterday. Ryan Lynch was your camera guy, and you bartered and you gave him your footage and he could get a story up. I think continuing to do stuff like that helps everyone because we get more quotes out of it and more sources. I've worked with Eris before on Owl Radio. And
Answer not name dropping, but answer his question.
I think we just need to continue what we're doing because it gets us, everyone wins, we get more sources and more stories.
I agree with going off of what Emily said. I went in and talked to Cyrus, your sports editor, and I asked him how we could work together, and he expressed interest in having guys from over at LTV coming in and writing because that's something that you guys need to work on. And you know, our guys going over there and having more of like a talk show, sports show, and we can do the same thing with news. I've also, you know, been on Gabby Alvarado's news show, and I look to continue to do stuff like that.
And last thing, Kretsky threw my train of thought off when I name dropped. He said, "Don't name drop." I name dropped because I've been working with Eris to teach him WordPress, so stuff like that. I think it's important.
Let me ask you now, hearing their answers, who do you think of these three candidates would work best with the other student media outlets?
Honestly, it's something between Greg and Andrew. I would say Greg is like we do need to work on our writing over there because I need to work on my sports writing and some of the people would need better news writing. And also, I think to get a job now, you just have to know all three: video, audio, and print. So I think Greg offers all three.
Okay.
Greg.
All right. Anyone else, staffers, current staffers, want to make a statement to anybody or against anybody? Works either way.
What Lulu says?
Please, anybody from the internet that has an opinion.
The internet.
Lulu says that Emily has her vote. She's been at the UP forever. She knows how the real world works because of experience. She says about Greg that he is smart, organized, and will no doubt be EIC one day. He should stick around and bug Emily to implement ideas.
Interesting. Anybody else have an opinion from the internet? Nope. Yep. All right. Anybody? You guys really nothing to say for a change. Never seen you guys this quiet. Oh, Kiki? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, Kiki.
Kiki's got nothing to lose. She's a former UPer.
Totally fine. Fuck you, Mom.
That's Kiki.
I'm not gonna have that sign prepared.
Since I walked in the door, evidently. Actually, I was thinking along. Can you stop? Thank you. Along the same lines of Lulu, I think Emily does have the most experience in the newsroom, outside of the newsroom. Greg, I think you have huge balls because I've been in your position before. I told him to just work together, figure it out, and don't get too stressed over what happens inside. You'll be gone one day. You won't matter.
Gentleman with the t-shirt.
Do you want to say something? Anybody?
How about you, Ryan?
What about me? I have a major conflict of interest because I'm a managing editor for two of them.
That's okay.
Well, the thing about a conflict of interest is once you disclose it.
And I also believe in the sanctity of voting, which is the fact that it's anonymous. So.
All right, that's fine. That's fair enough. That's Max.
It's way too long to substantiate the answer. I don't think any of them should win.
All right.
We will not have an editor this year.
We're just force Wes to do it again. All right.
He's so indecisive, he won't.
You could have run.
All right. So here's what we're gonna do. Oh, Sabrina's gonna say something. All right.
Okay, Andrew, you are way too hard-headed. We can never convince you of anything. It's always your way or the highway, and it just doesn't work as editor-in-chief. You tend to go around people, the necessary people, to get what to get your, what's the right word here? I don't know. You want to do what you have to do, but you do it all on your own, and you don't get other people to help you out. The purpose of the UP is to train people, and if you're EIC and you decide, oh, no one's gonna listen to what I'm saying, so I'm gonna do it on my own, that's in no way help to us. Block, you're just never around, and I know we've discussed this over and over again, but I don't even know what happened to Spoon. I know you're editor-in-chief of that. Not anymore, what happened with that?
Focusing here.
Okay, so is it like not existent anymore?
I passed it
or-
on to a new person.
Okay, there's also landing even, but and then Greg, you have really ambitious ideas. I think lots of them are plausible, a little bit more in depth going into, which is we discussed, but you'll probably go figure out more thoroughly over summer. I think this whole like the appearance and the politician's stance was just the result of never having sat through mock before. So my vote would have gone to Greg.
Okay.
Goes to Greg.
All right, so Mo, you don't have to speak up, but if you hold a sign up that says vote no to what Sabrina said, you sort of now have to say something. You kind of opened yourself up, man. I respect
All right,
Remy doesn't want to say something. You just held up a sign.
Well, okay, this is what it is. Cressy said it was 5-3-3.
Yes.
And he didn't mention that one that didn't vote for anyone. I'm that person who didn't vote for anyone. I just see that UP could do much better than all three candidates.
And Max voted for no one.
I can't vote for anyone. I just can't.
Okay, you both
Well,
say that, but
you're
what
going
is the
to get
solution?
somebody. You're gonna
I
get
don't wanna-
somebody.
I don't want to put my input. I already put whatever I wrote on my.
Yes, but now you have this one last chance after hearing everything. Do you want to?
I just can't vote.
Okay, fair enough.
I'm sorry. Can you say what? Well, it's in my.
All right. All right, so here's what we're going to do. Before these guys say their piece and pull you guys apart, I will say this. For those of you who can't vote for anybody, if you've never sat up here and gone through this interview process, it's a lot like watching Jeopardy. It's like the Nile River. They don't get it because this is nerve-wracking to be in front of a whole bunch of people and a whole bunch of adults, some of them you don't know, having to answer all of these questions. It kind of sucks. So anybody that survives this without crying, and even some of the ones that cry, I have a lot of respect for them going through this. And I can tell you one of them, Jake Desarlais, he actually ran for editor, won, and then he had an interview with PETA in Washington, D.C., People with Ethical Treatment of Animals. And up there, when they interview students for these entry-level positions, it's an all-day interview. And it's designed to just weed you out. There are people who do not come back from lunch because you sit down with like a Sonia, and then you sit down with a Jason, and you sit all day long. You're sitting down with people, and it's an all-day interview, and people just don't come back. And Jake said it was like the easiest thing in the world because it wasn't nearly as bad as having to face the emotional terrorism of Sonia's. And he got the job, and he worked.
I
He
do
worked for
agree.
PETA.
I've felt her wrath.
Yes, when you were running for editor. So these guys.
Say stupid things.
So you guys get all the credit in the world just for doing this thing. It not only helped your job interview. I mean, Prasad went through it. Jason's been through it. Prasad didn't win, but he went through it. He learned a lot. Like I love this about young candidates who don't seem like this, but there are some young editor candidates who, if they lose, go, "Oh my God, my life is over." It's like, what the hell are you talking about? No, it isn't. Losing an editor selection is not a big deal. You lost
twice.
So it happens.
How many times did you lose to the alligator?
3 times.
I ran for the editor of the Alligator, largest newspaper in the world. I ran 3 times. I got 1 vote. The last time I got a vote, yes. The only reason I got a vote was Dana McElroy, who's now the attorney for Fox 7 in Miami, because she said, I'm going to vote for Kretzky because I just feel so sorry for him. So I know what it's like to get a pity vote. So that said, now we've said all these nice things about you. Now we're going to tear your ass apart. Who wants to start tearing them up?
Oh. Okay, I'll start. If you're gonna have a coup, you should at least, make a go of it so the people are all behind you. But when we had a show of hands from the people who were working for you, were you successful in, at least your mission to put together your alternate, edition of paper? And you lost. And the worst thing was you didn't even know that you lost. When we asked you if you thought they were behind you, you said, "Oh yeah, I think they're behind me." They weren't behind you. They were not behind you.
Well, it was somewhere. It wasn't like 100%, but she's right.
But no. And I'm in the whole business that you're hard-headed is a problem, and frankly, the idea that your shark story would trump his budget story is nuts. Especially if it could hold for some time when it wasn't, when you were short stories, which is plenty. So that gives me pause and makes me think I wouldn't want to vote for you. And Emily, really, you could not land your interview again? I felt like, no, I didn't hear any super new ideas. The problems that you had last time where you weren't around, and yet I still didn't get the impression that you were here significantly more this time, and it makes me worry that, if you say you're going to be here next time, or you said that last time, now you didn't win last time, but still, and you needed to write more, and you didn't write any more for the paper. You wrote music reviews, and I understand you have internships, but yeah, I think this is the one opportunity where you could be really ambitious in a university newspaper. You can be really ambitious and write stuff that a publication might not let you write because you're too young or too inexperienced, and you could mess it up or whatever. But this would be the opportunity to aim high. And Greg, I wish you'd just been here longer. Really, I think you did more research than I've ever seen somebody do research in 20 years. You had a plan, you have a schedule, you have talked to people, obviously, which is cool. And I don't care that you wear a suit, whatever. Anybody gets offended by the suit is nuts.
It's kind of shy.
Says a man who's only worn jeans for 4 or 5 decades.
On a note, I was going to copy Koretsky's style.
The receding hairline was hard to achieve. I just had to
She
go.
said the rugged good looks are hard to
Right. And so I am, wow. Everybody should just tape off that area of the room.
Lori's a copy editor. Was that what that sound was?
So, and I like that you came prepared. You didn't totally crumble, but you really do need to have some just pick some ground and defend it. Just get out there and be, bold in your ideas, and just, if somebody says rate your competition, then you just may as well go for it. Normally I would not vote for the new candidate just because they are the new candidate, and especially somebody who's only been here a semester, because usually I want somebody who could use their experience, but I am leaning towards voting for you.
So you're still.
The only thing that makes me, the thing is, you might have a plan, but I think your plan is going to fail to publish more or to get advertising. I really hope that you will be as efficient in coming up with a plan B.
So you want to hold off on your vote to hear these others?
Yeah, I'm going to hold, but you're my placeholder.
Congratulations, you're a placeholder.
You said everything pretty much that I was definitely concerned about. Andrew, when I lost those 2 times running for editor, I learned things. And then the next time I ran, I was better.
At least at those things.
At least at those things, which my big thing was they told me to write. And the next semester I fucking wrote my ass off. And then they told me to write more. And so the next time I wrote more. And I finally won. But you guys, the criticism that we've given you, both Emily and Andrew, it's like the same redundant interview from last time. You're still hard-headed. Nothing has changed. Emily, you're still not here. Nothing has changed. That concerns me. Because, when I ran the 3 times, I was disappointed the last time I ran because I didn't learn much because I won. I guess that was so great. But the first 2 times, I learned a lot, and I was inspired and motivated by losing. It pushed me to work harder and do better and do more. And so I'm disappointed very disappointed in that. Andrew, like Sonia said, you picked your shark story over the budget cuts. Come on, that's unacceptable. Emily, you know, again, like Sonia said, yeah, you're writing elsewhere at doing all this freelance work, but there's stuff that you can do here that you can't do anywhere else. So you should be doing that here. Use your time in school to be for your own greedy self-interest and do big, bold things. Something bold and big, and there were no big or bold ideas. You just kind of like, yeah, we have some problems, and yeah, I'm gonna fix them by picking a new person to put in charge and clarifying something. Greg, I give you so much credit. I was most impressed with your interview and most disappointed. I was most impressed because you've only been here 2 months and you've done something. Like you've written 10 stories in 2 months. That, because I've been at a lot of these selections the past few times, and so I can compare you to a lot of other new students, and that is amazing. Because the last few years, the crop of UPers have been failures, and they've not worked as hard as you. And that was a whole hell of a lot more than I did my first semester, for sure. So I give you a lot of credit. What killed me, though, was when you said that you would choose, that you would not pick the secret story because you felt personally betrayed. And you would choose that over the content and the journalism, because this is what builds the credibility of a paper. This is what is a newspaper, is the journalism. Content is key. So I don't care if I hate someone. If they bring me a damn good story, I'm going to run it because it's good. And that's what will build the credibility of this paper. Neil was saying something about how the students don't respect. Damn good journalism will get the newspaper noticed. When I worked here, there was a lot of media outlets that wrote about me, like New Times and the Palm Beach Post, because of the journalism that I did here. So you want to get noticed, do some damn good journalism. And what that is that will always be news. News, news, news. I'm sure your shark story was really good, but news is always going to trump shark stories. So because of that reason, I can't vote for you, Greg. And I have to vote for Emily because, again, you do have the most experience. And I hope that you show up this semester and you lead this newsroom to do some damn good journalism.
This is getting interesting. I like this.
Andrew, why do I feel like we're the TV?
Really bad beyond.
Guys, this year when you select the editor, you're going to get in the rose.
Andrew, I have to give you've taken some hits here because of your hard-headed system. But I'm going to just pause to give you some kudos. You made a science section viable at the UP. No, I don't think anyone can take that away. There may be some disagreements over how well the stories or how you handled the stories, but you've had, I think, in almost every issue, right? A science story. We've had some of them as at least one. How many were cover stories? Do you remember? Two cover stories. You have a science beat. Science is shrinking out there in the world of journalism as a beat. And you've sort of made that happen at the UP, so I really give you a lot of points for that. You also did, I think, make some progress in the sense that you definitely threw yourself into being more involved in the UP this semester, maybe kind of micromanaging when, for instance, it came to the JAWS cover and you were highly resistant to decisions that it wouldn't be the way you wanted it to be. You really fought that. But you did, and then you took over the secret issue, and then you did this series of talks that you planned to test freedom of speech, I guess, right? And you did one, which was a great one. It was the opening one. The other ones I think are going to be kind of dangerous, but and you dropped the ball on that, but you still proposed it. So you made, I think, some progress this semester in terms of getting more involved in the UP and taking more, but trying to be sticking your nose in more things, okay? But the staff isn't, you don't have the staff behind your back. You don't have, there's a lot of unhappiness with the way you handle people, your resistance to editing. People feel like you're very stubborn, and there's a fear that if you take over, that there's going to be more chaos and problems and the way the UP's run. So I can't support you because of that. I would argue that you need to think about the downsides of how you're doing think about the flaws that have been pointed out here today and try to address them in another semester better. But right now, the staff doesn't support you, and I can't see giving it out to you with so much concern on the part of the staff. So Emily and Greg, wow, this is hard. I feel, Emily, that you paid your dues. Really, I mean, there's no ascendancy point here for editors. It probably should be. I mean, you probably should have done A, B, and C before you could even have the guts to apply for the job. Greg just out of the blue, less than a semester, decided to throw his name in the hat. Emily, you've been in a couple of editorships, right? You've been here a while. You do freelancing. You've earned a shot at the editor's chair, unquestionably on paper. You're experienced, etc. But Greg has bigger ideas. I kind of sense, Emily, that we're going to get some tweaks and adjustments, but kind of more of the same. Just you're going to try to improve existing things, whereas Greg has kind of what's more of a vision in my mind. He wants to shake things up, and I'm kind of impressed by anyone who wants to shake things up here because they need to be shaken up. I love the magazine idea. I know that there's questions, and I posed that very question as to how you can juggle more frequent publication of a magazine or newsprint, and then for a monthly magazine, and then run the web decently at the same time. I just think that I'm impressed by how you've thought things through, how you've done research. You already have some ideas about who would do advertising, I guess, right? Your roommate, I guess. You called the printing company to get some information on what it would cost us if we had to go to this more frequent print plan or we changed the model. The idea for the magazine, 270, I don't even know if that was even broached today, right? The monthly magazine.
No.
I love that title. And I just kind of like the idea that you would spin off something with a different identity and a clever name and sort of have it be part of UP, but also have separation from UP at the same time.
Yeah, I think you guys were confused by the name. Or I don't know.
Oh, was there some? We hadn't really discussed that today. 270, the number of degrees, and owl returns its head. Right? Burrowing owl returns its head. So I think, and I'm really torn. However, in my mind, Emily's experience is going to trump your big ideas and your innovation. Emily, I think, is a solid writer. And she's been around long enough, and she's got the experience I think you need to sit in an editor's chair. I also think that Emily needs to listen to you and form some sort of a alliance with you, because I think you represent something that the UP needs, and you can bring some good things to the table. So my vote would go to Emily, but it's a close one in my mind, because I'm very tempted to switch the vote to you because of your ideas. I absolutely know Emily can do the job, and because of her experience, I'm going to just lean in her direction. So my vote is
My vote is also for Emily. But you have to know the staff wants you around. You have to pump your head in for us. Over time, they get resentment and they say, well, she's a ghost, and they start going around you. You're by far the most accomplished. I know you can write, I know you can edit. It's just, can you let go of the other obligations? Because the job here should technically be right under school, but for me, it's going above school.
Yes.
You know? Greg, Louis probably right. If you're here long enough, you're probably the editor-in-chief at one point. I can't vote for you now because I think you're too new, and because you leave a big gaping hole in news if you leave, if you become an editor-in-chief. But the trajectory looks good. For you to only be here 2 months and have impressed us with what you have, you're doing just fine. Andrew, I wish the secret issue didn't fall on his face. And I also wish that you were a little bit more versatile. You know, if you're not running science, everybody else, from business to sports to news to features, is coming to you, and they want answers, or they at least want you to point them in the right direction. And I'm not sure the staff thinks you can do that yet. And what that would mean is just diversifying yourself a little bit, and showing them that you know more than that niche. Because when you become editor-in-chief, they want you to know a little bit about a lot. So my vote would be for Emily.
If one of you wins, you will be a Castro-like dictator of the newsroom, and that will be terrible, and that dictator would be Greg. I have found that new people, when they walk right in and they get the job, they tend to be the most defensive and the most autocratic because they feel that they have the most to prove. The proof of that is what disturbed Jason so greatly also disturbed me. I mean, I looked at Jason, it was like, just click. The thing about being in charge of a newsroom is when there's good journalism, it does trump all. It's very different than being student body president. It's more like being a boss in the real world than anything else. Because in the real world, I know it sucks that I'm a boss in the real world. That's the status of journalism today. But I don't get along with everyone that's ever been on my staffs, and they don't always get along with me. But they know two things. They produce good journalism. I will always have their back. And if they don't screw up, then we're all good. To you, I understand why you said what you said, because, hey man, this would be the first time you're in charge of something and somebody just went behind your back. That sucks. So I think you need another semester here where you can get comfortable and prove yourself. I think second in command. I think whoever the editor is, you should be second in command, and whoever wins, you should give him wide latitude. And what that means is if you don't win, and look like it's stacking up like you're not gonna, you have to fight for your own territory. You weren't here for the other interviews, but what sucked about Block's interviews so hard is that every answer was, we're gonna help, and we're gonna try, and we're gonna come together. Clarify things. This newspaper is good when aggressive people like you grab it by the balls and just run with it. So you need to carve out one section of this paper that's yours. This is my section. These are my people that work under this. At the Alligator, the largest student newspaper in the world, before you get to be editor, you usually become a news editor. Around here, it's kind of different. The Alligator, you had a news editor, you have your own staff. There could be two news editors and a feature editor, but there are people that just work for you. And then if you do good, hey man, I did good. I didn't help a bunch of people. I did it. Greed is good in a newsroom. Be greedy. Don't help people. Lead by example. Write more. Write better. That's how you can change things. You're the most exciting candidate because I don't think Wes would. I've talked to Wes. I don't think he's happy with the UP this semester. Why wasn't the UP very good? It wasn't very good for the opposite of Andrew. Everyone's knocking Andrew because he's hard-headed and he's autocratic and he's just too stubborn. Good. I like that. You know why? Because what you didn't like about the paper this semester was the opposite. Wes doesn't make enough decisions. I said when Wes ran last time that Wes's biggest problem is going to be as editor. His biggest flaw as a leader is Wes just likes everybody. Wes cares. He's the nicest guy you're ever going to meet. There's no one better to go out to have drinks with. He's a great writer. In fact, the best writer at this paper is Wes. And he's a prime example of how to do things right because he started off in sports. He writes a lot of news. But as an editor, you saw it here today. He doesn't like making decisions. And maybe he's going to learn about that. And there have been a lot of editors here, by the way, that learn they never want to be in charge of anything ever. And you know what? That's awesome because better to learn it now than in 20 years when they got 2 kids and they get promoted to middle management and then they decide it sucks. And we've had a lot of successful people. We have a millionaire photographer. We have people that Ralph Notaro hated being photo editor. I never want to be in charge of people. He's a millionaire. You don't have to be in charge to be successful. So I'm saying Wes was a crappy editor, and he's an awesome guy. And I will write him a letter of recommendation, and I will hire him freelance all day long. But the reason he was a crappy editor is the opposite of Andrew. Everyone thinks that if Andrew becomes editor, he'll be a terrible editor. I don't think so. I think he'd be a great editor. Why? Because he's going to piss a lot of people off, and some might walk, and some might come back, and it will be interesting. Everyone that says he failed at this top secret issue, you know what? He did. You know what? I knew it was going to happen. And you know what? I didn't care. Because how good were you at the first time you did anything? The first time you did anything, were you good at it? No. The first time he tries to lead a whole issue by himself, he fucked it up. And I give him all the credit in the world because he didn't shy away. The biggest problem with the paper this semester has been we take no risks. None. The whole argument between the shark story and your budget story, the reason that I moderated that conversation and didn't have an opinion was that you guys argued about it forever because you couldn't make a decision. You wanted everyone to agree. No one was going to agree. You referenced the deliberate. You had a great idea. Deliberations should be shorter. Why? Because the deliberations around here are, hey, I'm going to choose this, but I need you to like it. It's like, I'm not going to like it. There needs to be more Andrew around here. There needs to be more, I don't like this. Let's argue about it. That's how you're going to learn in this place. You don't learn in this place from all coming into an agreement. Where Andrew falls down is that he just gets stubborn. No. If he was smart, he would do what you did, Greg. He would go to Neil. Go to me. He'd go to other journalists. And he'd say, like, hey, look at this story. Don't you think that this is better than the crap that those guys are saying? Then he'd come back here and say, hey, the editor of New Times said, hey, the Sun Sentinel person, and I'd help him hook up with those people. They said that I'm right. Then you'd have something to argue about. So I'm going to vote for Andrew because it would piss everybody off here. I don't think that's a bad thing. I can't vote for Emily, even though she is, like everyone said here, the most qualified person to lead this place. She's the best at, like she said, establishing relationships. She's nice. She can talk to anybody. She would be the best representative for this paper if she had to go speak to the president of the university and he didn't like something that Greg had written. Because she would stand her ground, but she'd be so polite he wouldn't see a way to put her in place. She'd be awesome. And she's probably going to be the next editor. The problem is, I'm afraid that she's going to be too much like Wes. And Emily is so good that I hired her. And if she wins, she's going to leave where I hired, and that's fine. But this is not a criticism of her talent. This is a criticism of the fact that what this place really needs is someone to have a big idea and try it and fail, then try it again and fail better. Jason Parsley was successful here as an editor, a lot of you peers, but he was one sitting here. So he was successful after he failed miserably. His first story in the UP was the worst piece of shit I've ever seen. But he was trying something big for his first story. There was a genocide conference at FAU, a worldwide conference on genocide of the world was held here at FAU. And the editors sent a new reporter to cover it, which is a risk in and of itself. But they thought, let's give Jason a shot. You know what the headline was of his story? Review of Genocide Conference. The worst headline possible for that story.
I didn't write that. The editors wrote that.
The story sucked.
The story was okay. No, the worst was Prison Art.
Yes.
That never got distributed. It was on the borderline libelous.
Yes.
And that was my first cover story. Didn't even get distributed because
it was so bad.
The staff was so embarrassed.
I have a feeling that if you guys suffered that disaster here, you would curl up in a ball and die. You are going to be fined here at the UP by what you do as a failure, not what you do as a success. When you guys go to conferences and you see other newspapers and they all march around in their little shirts and they're all really nice, sweet people and they never fight, those are people I pity. You guys get in really big fights and you argue. Michelle Friswell used to hate Fiji, was our art director. They hated each other's guts. Now they're best friends. But I mean, they hated their guts so much that they would come talk to me about the other one. That's the best thing that could happen here. My fear is that without Andrew in this mix, this paper is going to continue for another semester with everyone being vaguely dissatisfied and not at all angry.
My co-editor told me I was going to hell, and we had to work together, and now we're great friends.
Right. Co-editor was a Pentecostal. Was a Pentecostal. He's flagrantly gay. They had to work together, and she believed he's burning in a lake of fire, because that's what. And they had their whole worldviews changed about each other. I would like to see, Emily, if you're going to win, and what's going to happen, you have to go through this process next week. You probably have a leg up because you can fix most of the stupid things you did here today best. If you win, it's not a sure thing. If you win, you need to keep these two people sitting around you involved in this paper. You need to give them more responsibility. And then if somebody doesn't like what they say or what they do, then you need to moderate that dispute. But in the end, don't try to please them. Say, fine, what do you want to do better yourself? What you heard from Sonia and heard from Jason is they want to see results. They want to see less argument about process. No one cares what you guys do here. They don't care if you have to bleed out of your eyeballs to put out this paper. You're just journalists. You're going to die alone in a house full of cats. No one loves you.
This is not true.
That's so, well, you're smart. No one loves me. So here's my last piece of advice, Greg. When you run for the real thing next week, it's going to be a little more formal, but there are going to be some journalists on the panel that are more like these guys. Let it all hang out. You have nothing to lose. You're not even supposed to be here. Just let it all hang out, and if they tell you did some stuff wrong, then you will learn from that. Don't be guarded. Don't be a politician. The reason being a politician is a good thing when you are being a politician. When you run a newsroom, it is not. This is a deadline-oriented place. Journalists have to be really upfront because we dish it out. We got to be able to take it. Don't hold anything back. Wear the suit if you want to, but just be honest. If someone asks you a question about what you think about someone here, you don't have to take off your shoe and throw it at them. You can have an honest opinion without insulting somebody. People are complex. I don't have to respect him as an editor to respect him as a human being and a writer. He doesn't respect me as an advisor to respect me as a journalist. I don't know, maybe he does. I don't know. But you see what I'm saying? You're going to let it all hang out. Andrew, when you run for the real thing, you are going to let it all hang out. You are going to, and what that means is, unlike him, he just has to be more opinionated. You have to be more self-deprecating. You're the guy about 3 candidates that has just, you've tried more shit, and some of that shit hasn't worked. And you know what? You're going to set the tone in your newsroom that's okay. I always have this theory, right? Some people know it, that it's easier to dull a sharp knife than it is to sharpen a dull knife. I'd much rather have 100 Andrews than 100 people that are like, it's all good, man. It's all good. Those are the 3 words in English language I hate more than anything else. It's all good. You go run for this job, and you tell that selection committee, I tried big, bold things, and some of them failed. And you know what? If I get this job, I'm going to try more big, bold things, and some of them are going to fail too. And that's okay. And Block, when you run, you're going to give straight up answers. Don't apologize. If you didn't write a lot this semester, tell them what you did right. And if you don't know news, and you got to at least know news is important. So go tell that selection committee what you're going to do to get news in the paper. All right.
I'm still voting for Greg.
So it's one, if I understand this vote correctly, 1 for Greg, 1 for Andrew,
And 3 for Emily.
and 3 for Emily. You guys will do the same thing next week. I hope you will do the following. In just a minute when we're done, that you guys will talk amongst yourselves. This is the one time of the year, well, one time of the semester, when you guys can actually talk about the UP, not in terms of what has to go next week or whether that should have a comma, but what's going to happen next. All of you sitting here, this is your chance to lobby these 3 candidates. None of them are official yet. Tell them what you want. Be greedy. Greed is good. Ryan, if you want to be sports editor, you tell them. Mo, if you want something on the website, you tell them, and you see what their answer is, and then you hold them to it. If they're going to talk about working with other media, you hold their feet to the fire. Next week, when one of them wins, you come to them and say, I'm watching you. All right. Is there a motion to adjourn? Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? All opposed? Hearing none, so moved. We're done. Thank you very much. Yes, if you want to, you're going to get an email from Wes. If you don't want to send your stuff over, I will.
Especially a first time person. Most prepared and The reason you have to have three swearings for the whole advice. And he listened, because I told him, I said, make sure you have three, just your lesson, you have two.
Today, yeah. That's
The biggest challenge though is you start off with a big help, you got a little work, but sometimes when you get now that you test everyone, you're gonna get something that's the opposite, and then that can hinder you from actually doing work because you get caught up in the drama or the whatever, and then you stop doing work and you focus on the process.
They are obsessed with the process.
Yeah, you know what's gonna happen? Can you look at this?
I know, but it's,
All you're gonna do is say, like, I'm not gonna do it. Have someone do it. I'm gonna figure this out.
That's exactly what happened. I think I wrote a couple stories, and then I got sucked into the management part. Willingly, I wanted to do more, and then I just stopped writing. And then I ran for editor, and they're like, "What have you done?" Write something every single week. Every week. Right?
Yeah.
Because you don't have many opportunities.
Yeah.
Every week.
Also, like, you don't have to ask me for help. Like, there's no good editing.
I'm not smiling. Oh yeah.
Like when you're after the printer,
Oh, yeah.
like that kind of stuff. I can help such people. I'm not gonna make any